Enough of that. Enough of that. Okay, so hopefully that... let me try to get rid of that little backdrop on this. I don't think I need that. Hopefully I got the ads under control now. I'm pretty sure I turned them off. We're going to find out. But yeah, hey, it's been like almost 2 months since I did this last time. I'm just kind of going to be hanging out, going to be kind of tinkering a little bit here. What I pretty much have in mind is I'm going to attempt to basically create a laser firing microgun. My general thoughts on that one is we don't really have any heavy energy weapons of the laser variety outside of, a technicality, the cutter. But you don't really use that in a hyper-aggressive situation. So, why don't we get on into it? So the first thing I'm going to need to do is examine the microgun. I'm going to need to duplicate it. I'm going to be comparing with the Equinox to try to get the relevant data, basically, like different keywords, what have you. Oh, hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. By the way, you have full free permission to go ahead and drop a ban if anybody brings up any political bullshit. Just here to have like a fun little creative time. Great to have you. Are you able to hear the background music at all? I pulled up like a Spotify playlist that says it should be royalty free. Awesome. Because obviously what I'm doing now, it's not the most engaging of stuff to watch, but having that little bit of stuff in the background. Okay, only faintly. I'll try to bump it up a little bit. Okay, how does that sound? I just didn't want to be too overbearing with it. Little more? Okay. I'll bump it just a hair more. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad now. Just gonna turn down the volume on my headset a smidge. Yeah, so pretty much gonna try to make a heavy gun that fires lasers, because we don't really have a good one of those. Oh yeah, you probably saw the tag. This is for Starfield. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that sounds a lot better now. But yeah, I've just been having this massive wave of like creative inspiration and whatnot just hitting me basically for like the past month or so. Finished getting Delirium updated to 5.0, absolutely ecstatic, which reminds me of probably my happiest announcement that had come about because of like the timing with Delirium 5.0. So I know I told you directly, and I'm not paying attention to the numbers, so it could be talking to no one or talking to, a bunch of people. I don't really care. But I'm excited to just put it out there. I was actually accepted into the Bethesda's verified creator program. And I've just been on kind of like a cloud nine ever since, and I've just been trying to get all of my creativity out and about and just kind of going from there. And I've had the privilege, now I do have to word this extremely carefully, certain things I'm not allowed to talk about. So how I want to go about wording this is I've had the good privilege to interact with other people who are a bit more knowledgeable about this kind of work. And they've helped me with figuring out certain little issues I had, or effectively allowed me to sort of soundboard some ideas off of them. And it's just been making my Starfield modding that much better for it. Oh, I just realized that seems to be... Oh no, I'm stupid. That's just the border on my thing. For some reason, I thought part of the creation kit was cut off in stream. It's just my fancy overlay. You're not missing much. Can tell it's been a while for me. But yeah. So, in other news, before I hopped on here to do all of this, got done making tacos for dinner. Turned out pretty fucking good if I say so myself. I'm actually really pleased. Not bad for not having to worry about following any instructions, so that was great. Okay, so let's see. First things first, I don't know what I'm going to call this for now. And that's completely okay. What I do need to try to figure, though, is... Well, I guess I can just give it a placeholder name, kind of like I'm doing for now. It's going to look goofy as fuck, though, when I go to test it in-game to be like, hey, Microgon _ laser. What a compelling, item name. Okay, this, I need to change that to use the high voltage capacitor now. Let's see, this is going to use same ammo as the Equinox. So that makes that one simple. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's supposed to actually open up the Equinox too, and take a look at that. Let's go ahead and kind of squish that all down. Okay, we were looking at ammo. Okay. So first thing I've got to do is try messing with the actual projectile. In theory, that works all... Ooh, yeah, let's set the shell casings to none as well. So that should make it have a little bit more of an energy weapons kind of a feel. Okay, so let's see, next gotta come over to General. Gotta come down here and look at the keywords. So I'm gonna laugh if it ends up being, like, literally this simple. In all honesty, it probably will be basically this simple. Make a clone, rename it, change the ammo, change the projectile, and adjust the keywords. Probably that simple. Quality Equinox, we're not worried about that one. Reticle type laser. Yeah, we're going to keep the reticle type the same because it is still the weapon base itself for basically a minigun. Okay, weapon type laser. Gonna copy that, and we're going to come over here and delete ballistic, because it's going to be firing pure energy. Okay, type is ranged. Oh, I think ranged is technically a class for, like, the rifle or whatever. Okay, so this is a heavy gun, and it shoots lasers. Okay. So in theory, that's more or less the end of that. I've got to also double check the attach points just in case. So I've got to come over here to the art category. So I was also kind of soundboarding an idea off of some peers, friends, whatnot, people who like just in general like the game. And I've got this really neat idea that I have to tinker around a little bit with, and that's basically adding a mod for like sniper rifles, and effectively giving them the option to be upgraded to have a burst fire. And that's going to take a little bit of tinkering, but I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Yeah, just like imagine you're trying to sneak around, score that like stealth, like critical hit on like a big bulky boss enemy that's got like 3 health bars, and you don't even drop them, and it alerts them because you only managed to like hit him in the head one time. Or just imagine the same situation, but you've got a rifle that's got like a burst fire mechanism, and you like double tap them or triple tap them with that one trigger pull, and then like their health bar just gets completely shredded down. I think that would be a pretty nice, you know, admittedly like high level upgrade, basically. Or at least that's the idea of it. Okay, so we've got that done on just a very quick, kind of rough and dirty little level. So the next thing to do is to actually just like spawn the weapon into the game and then just like fuck around with it and see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize that, launch the game. First time ever trying to actually stream Starfield, so we're going to see how this goes. First things first, because we're going to be getting into mischief, let's turn on God mode. Okay, what was it? Micro gun underscore laser. And then for wep, there it is. 0, okie dokie. I mean, that certainly looks like the thing. Yeah, what even is the damage on this thing? Not much. But it fires really fast. Oh, holy fuck. Okay, maybe this is better than I thought it was gonna be. I mean, not bad for having, like, literally no ranks whatsoever in heavy guns. And I don't have much in the way of levels under lasers. And I'm also playing this on very hard, so I'm doing, like, negligible damage. Somebody messing with this on, like, normal difficulty, I think this weapon's gonna be kinda terrifying. Yeah, I do much less damage with the configure that I've got going on here. And this thing is still doing decent damage for having, like, no investment. So let's see, what was it? Help. Micro gun. So this is for just like the normal version. Okay, so player.add item, and then we enter in the code. If it starts with just zeros, you can skip the zeros altogether, so we can start with the digit 5. So it's 546CD. So now we're getting like a normal version of the micro gun, which does not actually fire laser beams. Yeah, suffice it to say, for an initial experiment, the laser variant is kind of awesome. And it did appear that it was leveling up the laser skill, so that means the keywords are correct. Oh wait, something kind of caught my attention. Okay, that's what I missed. So, initial test seems to be okay. Now I've got to set its damage correctly so it scales with the appropriate perk. So come over here to damage. It has a base damage of 9. So we're going to go ahead, drop that to 0. So let's see. We want this to do energy damage. So that instead will become set to 9. And then I'm going to go ahead, hit apply, hit OK. Gotta save it, and then convert this to a small master. So that way it'll actually kick into my load order and run as soon as I go and launch the game. So all in all, we're off to a pretty good start. Oh, I probably should ask if you happen to have the visual up on. How is the video that you were able to see? Was it like running okay? Was it smooth? Was it like jittery or laggy or whatever? Awesome. That makes me really happy and relieved to hear that. Okay, toggle god mode. Then we've got to spawn the weapon back in. Okay, micro gun underscore laser. Okay. No, I must not have entered that incorrectly. Oh, I did miss a digit. There we go. You know, that's fair. That's completely fair. Ooh, that totally got its damage dunked. Oh, wait, I know why. I know why. Okay. Gonna close back out of that real quick. Okay. So I've got to come back over to the Equinox. And then I've got to assign it the related keywords to use the Equinox's mods for the quality and whatnot. Actually, in general, I have to basically make an entire duplicate of everything for it. And then assign it to give it the appropriate bonuses. Which, that's not really as bad as it sounds. It's micro gun. Let's see, we don't use misc items anymore. That's a thing of the past. Okay. Let's see, let's also come over here and look at the damage. Okay, over here also, I can get rid of that info, so delete that. Actually, we're going to slightly bump that up just a hair more. Okay, so next I've got to come over here, look at the qualities real quick. Okay, that one's normal. Okay, yeah, that's just directly increasing based off of having a brain fart and a half. Yeah, that one's based off of a physical attack damage. So let's go down here. We gotta go for Equinox. Come on down to quality. Yeah, and then that one scales off of energy. Okay, so in theory, let's see, I've got to think real carefully here. High velocity. What do you do? Completely forget what the fuck that does on this specific gun. High powered, on the other hand. Okay, that doesn't actually tell me much. Yeah, so just for the moment, what I think I'm going to do before I try to do anything super crazy is I'm just going to start by grabbing the Equinox versions of the quality mods. That was general, I believe. Okay. As soon as I find quality Equinox, there we go. Going to copy the selected here. Then we're going to come over to general here. Going to get rid of quality for the micro gun. Paste in Equinox. And then let's see. Now I'm going to come over here to mods. And I basically need to make sure that I swap all of the quality-based keywords, or not keywords, but actual mods themselves. So that way it should, in theory, apply just the quality from the Equinox, which will then make it apply the correct value. So we want to scroll all the way to Equinox quality. Quality tiers any. There we go. Then we hit apply and then OK. Close that. I'm going to save and convert. Okay. And now we try again. Not the most exciting process, I know, but it's just kind of how we do things here. Because I generally do like a lot of balancing related work, as I think I probably went on for a while about that. Oh, gross. Got another ad inbound. I fucking thought I took care of that. I need to just like disable that shit altogether. Or at least force it to be pushed out by like an hour at a time. Because there's no fucking way I've been live for an hour, is there? No, I've been on for half an hour. What the fuck? That's like actually ridiculous. And snoozing it only makes it like wait by like what, 5-10 minutes? Oh well, it is what it is. I'm not doing anything super crazy at the moment. Okay. Let's toggle God mode on real quick. Micro gun. Laser. Okay, we've got a modified micro laser. Okay, base damage is up a little higher. Which I think that's actually fair on account of this not having... Oh, not a really high laser damage on it. Or not the weapon. I haven't invested in this type of weapon. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, snooze is just absolutely horrible. Like, oh, you thought you're going to avoid the ads, huh? Fine, we're just gonna stockpile them. Heavy weapons. That would certainly help. Yeah, I've got to do a little bit more with that, too. Yeah, this is just like absolute fucking craziness. Where are you going, Mr. Citizen? Oh, that was a big one. 15,000 credits. They're not very fond of me messing with this kind of stuff. Joke's on them, this is nothing more than me doing some testing.
Oh.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, I've got an idea here. There's only so much I can do at a time, though, because I wasn't actually prepared for this. Okay, so we were doing 12 damage, so now that should bump that up to, like, okay, 13, 14. Not a big push. I'm pretty sure this thing will end up being pretty nasty with level 4 of laser weapons. Oh shit, it's a Bay. How you doing? I'm just over here kind of testing one of my latest little creations. So, by the way, Bay, I don't know if you saw any of my Discord posts or whatever, but guess what? And this part I think you're going to be pretty amazed by. Yours truly was accepted into Bethesda's Verified Creator Program. I'm legit now. And yes, I saw the stop swearing, so that sucks for me. You've effectively handicapped most of my vocabulary. I do not thank you for that. I'm a little offended. Oh, yeah, now I know what I've got to do. I need to see if I can find the quick console commands to just give myself certain leveled perks to test this. Yeah, thank you. You have no idea how off... Actually, no, you do know, because that's why you redeem it. The fact that, like, profanity is, like, my brain's first grab when speaking. So now I have to stop, think, and then speak. I don't appreciate it. Oh, come on, what was the thing? How do I give myself the perks? So let's start by looking for lasers. Oh, okay, player.add perk and then the number. That's a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Come on. This is gonna be such a pain. Okay, let's type in that too for the search criteria. I don't want just novice perk. You're literally trying to double handicap me. You want to take away my ability to speak, and then you want me to speak. I can't think of anything more soul-crushing than all of the like mythological descriptions of like the succubus or the harpy. But you're basically somewhere between those, and I basically call you a soul-crushing, ball-busting demon. Are you happy?
Looks like someone's mad. Go cry about it, bitch.
That's not very nice. And that's just some kind of mean, man.
Go cry about it, bitch.
Maybe I will. I keep forgetting that with Starfield, because it's not Bethesda's older games, I can literally just safely tab out to do this, instead of trying to look from my phone and struggle. Not my brightest moment. That's for sure. Man, this stuff is just absolutely not helping right now. They're only giving me, like, rank 1 of the perk. I need, like, all 4 ranks. Okay, does Google know? Oh, okay. They've changed how this works. So maybe I am the dumb one. Okay, we're looking for combat. Lasers. Okay, now are they going to blow my mind? Can I copy-paste the command? Holy crap, I can. So that's rank 3, rank 4. Okay, that's up to 15 damage. Now, what is heavy guns? Really? That is not a big boost. Although, if that is correctly configured, that should now also be applying the burning effect, which should, in theory, make this, like, actually pretty gross. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm a little bit disappointed by the overall damage values. So, instead of beating myself up, I'm just gonna push this a little harder. Okay. I should probably also double check to make sure what all is actually getting. Oh, no, it should be fine. Oh, come on now. That explains a bit. It didn't actually apply like I thought it did, and I'm pretty sure that's actually my fault for not, like, locking it in. Whoops. So let's apply that. Oh, I'm gonna be really disappointed in myself if what I did was to the primary weapon. Okay, no, I didn't. Holy crap. Okay. So that explains why that didn't really do much for the damage. So now we go back to mods, double check under the default category, and it's actually right there, so that's good. So now let's try that again. Oh, I know exactly what else I want to do while I'm sitting here thinking about it. I want to further distinguish this by messing with the audio. And if it will permit me, I want to try and change its sounds to match the Equinox, because it has a completely different sound. Although, you watch, I might end up completely regretting it. Oh, wait. Oh, that's probably going to be under this. Sound 40 Rifle Equinox. That sounds about right. Because usually the S-type keywords are the ones we're looking for. So copy selected. Come under General. Show me the Allied Microgun. Pretty sure that's the one I've got to get rid of. So now we paste that in, hit apply, and OK. So now, in theory, this should also sound different. Okay, let's try it again. So how's everybody's evening going? You know, other than bullying me. Okay, how about now? That is much better. Oh. There we go. The perks are actually applied now. Oh, that's gonna be so much better. Okay, how does it sound? Okay. I dig it. Okay. Yeah, that's right. This has like a history thing. So There we go. Save testing. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit hostile. Okay, what's it going to look like once we add in the heavy guns? Oh, that's just hateful. Yeah, I dare say mission successful. Yeah, this is actually a bit disgusting. I mean, not bad for a custom weapon. Oh, bro, just take him right at the face. Ooh, let's exacerbate the situation. Slow time. Just all them headshots. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Deletes the citizens. Well, I think that went a lot better than expected now that that's working. So that's one weapon down. Let's see. Now I need to create a loot table for it. So for that, we want to go to the leveled item. And look, not minigun, microgun. And then I basically need to, like, clone these things and to stick them all in, like, more or less the same location. Except for the unique one. just 2 more. Okay. So now that one's updated. So now we can hit save on that. And now for the not very fun part, where I've got to go through all of these different leveled list entries and just like drop that in. Micro gun, that's listed as a 30. So that's the standard one, I think. Okay, so that one's done. Micro gun is there as a level 30 as well. But yeah, this is more or less how this whole process is done. It's not, you know, super glamorous or whatever, but after doing all these little steps, the thing ends up being like completely integrated into the game. Another standard micro gun, that's also level 30. Okay, so now that's integrated into the first items lists. Now we come over here to the silenced list. Okay, we want lasers silenced. I know, that probably makes absolutely no sense at all. So now we grab simple. Okay, so that one actually was already done. So then we look at that, and then we look at that. Yeah, okay, so simple is already done. So now we look at upgraded. So we want laser upgraded. So level 30, laser upgraded. Okay, and like that, the new weapon has been not only created, it's been balanced, adjusted for perks, the sound has been changed, the ammo has been changed. Man, what else? Yeah, even its quality tiers have been changed. I need to make a research entry for it. I also need to give it a proper name. Which, that part, I'm not sure what to call it. Well, actually, I can just call it like the micro laser, because the other one is the micro gun, and it's just the ballistic version. So I guess, if nothing else, that'll work pretty good as a placeholder name. So yeah, it'll be called the micro laser. There, problem solved. Apply. Gonna set that as an okay. Okay, so let's see. I've got to come down here. Micro gun. Duplicate that. Create new form. No, we want to redo that one. Micro gun, fabrication. Duplicate EU. Micro gun laser. Want the weapon. Okay, I can get rid of the titanium. And we're going to make that neon instead. Set that to 6. And then setting that to detect that. And now it is craftable. Everything else should be all in line thanks to the framework that I've spent like a week building. Okay. So now the micro laser has been complete. That's actually pretty exciting. Let's see. I need to convert you. I've got to back this up. I've tried to make it a point to back up the progress in external storage for all of this stuff. Because it would really suck to lose it. It's also, I think, generally just really good practice. Like, once you have a certain feature or whatever actually, like, set up and it's working, and you know it's working, to go ahead and, like, back the data up for that particular file. It'll also give you a safe, basically, checkpoint to roll back to in case something gets messed up along the way. Like, just beyond comprehension. Okay, so got that done. So next thing on the to-do list was to look at the sniper rifle style of weapons and see if I can hook those up with like a burst fire function. So I guess first thing for that, I probably should look at... let's look at the Lawbringer, just as an example. So I've got to come over here to weapons. Oh no, lawgiver. I think? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, lawgiver. So object mods. Oh, internal, that's where I would do it. So we could take like the hair trigger. Well, actually, no, we could do the high powered for the base. So we're going to duplicate that. I'm just going to call it what it is. Burst fire. Okay, so then next. Object mod. There we go. Copy those. Come on, damn it. There we go. So we're not going to rely on the high-powered mod. Copy you. Paste you there. Then hit OK. Lawgiver. Okay, you. Lawgiver and internal. Burst fire. Okay. Looks good to me. So then we save that. Let's take a look at you real quick. Okay, so then I guess it doesn't randomly spawn with that on there. And then just for added measure, let's put the burst fire in category 3 as an optional. Hit OK on that. So at the very least, it stands a chance to just spawn naturally. Wait, I didn't even back that up. Or not back that up, I didn't convert it. There we go. Yes, I'd like to continue loading. I've got to test this shit somehow, don't I? Oh, there's a ship that I built in the game like sometime earlier this year or maybe last year. Okay, help. Lawgiver for weapon. Add item. Okay, we want just the regular one. Save testing. And God mode just in case. Okay. No fancy internals. So let's go see if I can upgrade this. So it has the burst fire on it. Okay, so where the fuck is a gun? The weapons dealer. Oh, not that way. So, normally this rifle, being that it's based on, like, a sniper rifle of sorts, you would expect it's only supposed to have a single fire type of a mode on it. Nope, that ain't it. Did I go past it? I did. It was next door, though. This motherfucker. Okay, I guess I gotta go to my ship to try to do this or something. There we go. I'm pretty sure... Okay, let's get up. God damn it, get away from my workbench. Okay, it was set as an internal mod. Burst fire. I am missing the magnet. Iso-centered magnet. Okay, this claims it's burst fire now, so let's save and test this. That is, in fact, double tapping. That's actually pretty awesome. And you've got to, like, kind of move the barrel to see it. But it lines them up very close. So now, naturally, we've got to go and introduce ourselves to the unfortunate populace here. Okay, so what are we looking at for general damage? Base damage of 63. You know what? While we are at this, why don't I actually add some legendary effects just to be a bigger menace? I think that feels like the neighborly thing to do. Okay, so let's see. What kind of bullshit do I want to get into? I'm not really feeling instigating because that's only good on the very first projectile that hits. Whereas Furious would just be generally more useful. I don't know. If you score a sneak attack, that could still be pretty nice for the follow-up. Fuck it. Okay. And slot 2. Randomly applies bleed. That also sounds fucking useful. It also sounds really mean. Explosive could be nice. Shattering would be even better because that'll actually punch through armor. Okay, so then we're gonna jump you right on up. Okay. So in theory, this thing should hit reasonably hard. Actually, wait, before I go, I should probably double check the other mods on this thing to make sure it's, like, all good and whatnot.
Hey.
Do you need something?
Okay, so otherwise, okay, yeah, it's all good now. Contextualized, this is basically a really nasty little battle rifle. Okay, map. Planetary view.
Keep moving, the scanners won't hurt you.
Neon security, stand down or be neutralized.
They killed an officer!
Okay, then. Oh, wrong power altogether. I wanted this one. So I think all in all, while I'm definitely getting a little carried away over here, proof of concept is it works. That said, I do need to tune it a little better. So let's make that like a burst of 3. There we go. Okay, so outside of that, this should kick in pretty much effectively immediately. Yeah. So if we can make it so it triple taps, that'll be great. And then up to a certain point, it would probably make more sense to make this furious instead of instigating. So every follow-up shot just deals a little more damage. So that'll make it so, like, the burst, as long as you can keep it focused on your target, it's just going to hit for basically a boatload of damage. Like, that's pretty much the oversimplification of it anyways. Let's see, alternatively, we could go for broke and do the increased ammo count. There we go. Yeah, I think making it a triple burst is probably perfect. I'm also definitely leaning heavier into the extended mag. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a weapon that is going to appreciate having access to just more ammo. Yeah, all in all, this is like actually pretty neat. Extended mag, we now have 12 rounds to play with. The lacerate, I think, was definitely a good move, because that has a chance to apply a bleeding like damage over time. And that's never a bad call. Ooh, you know what? I could probably... I know what else I need to do. I need to reduce the delay between the shots. So that way it fires the burst a little bit quicker. Not that there's anything wrong with where it's at now, but it does feel just a slight bit too long of a delay between the shots. So let's see where that goes. So we're just going to reduce it by about 1/5 of a second. Because as it was at about a 1/2 second delay between each shot in the burst. So now we're going to cut it down just a little bit more. And then it should bust it all out in about 1/3 of a second instead. Just, tightening it up pretty much. I feel like that got slower, so maybe I went the wrong direction with it. Okay, so yeah, let's try going the opposite direction. And if that still feels a little bit too weird, we're just going to go back at that 0.5. Because why not? At least we know where it sits and how it works at the default value anyways. So if that still works, then that's good enough. But I do want to try to make it so it just fires a bit faster. Also, while that is loading, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Okay. Looks like I did go the wrong direction with it prior. That's more like it. And so now we get to go and do our process of being an absolute menace. So anyways, I started blasting.
Keep moving, the scanners won't hurt you.
Neon security, stop immediately.
So anyways, I'm satisfied with how that weapon feels now. So, yeah. You can mark that complete and that complete. Okay, so let's see. Oh, now I've got to look at the hard target. That's like another pretty popular sniper rifle option. see, I need to look at its internals. So we're going to duplicate the high-powered. Let's see, and then we're gonna open the burst fire over mirror. Get rid of that. Copy that. Paste that in. Copy all of them. Paste that in. And we set that to 7. We set that to 3. We got rid of the pistol aim model. Okay, so now we have the burst fire. And we've got to come over here. Our target. Duplicate that. Converts to burst fire. Our target burst fire. So that's all correct. Then over here, I should probably focus that on the weapon itself. Wait, no, not the weapon. It's got to be in its group of mods. So, look at that. And then for good measure, we drop the burst fire in. There we go, so that's also now set proper there. Which also made me realize I probably need to look back at the lawgiver. Oh, I am absolutely dumb. I need to be looking at the right actual panel. Whoops. Okay, so... Okay, cool. That one's properly set. So now we can go back to hard targets. I'm going to go ahead and save. Okay, so we just very quickly whipped out the hard target mod for burst fire, gave it all of its keywords and whatnot, made the crafting recipe, and we put it into the mod grouping for its tier 3 stuff, so it has like a chance to once in a while roll as a burst fire, which ought to be also kind of fucking terrifying. Okay, so saving for redundancy and converting to a small master. Now we test out the hard target. It'll be fine. Probably not a bad idea to spawn in as close to my ship as I can, so I can actually perform the required modifications. There we go. Okay, second one down is the one I want. So let's see. 546 cc. There's my hard target. Yeah, we'll give that a bull barrel. And a laser sight. Let's go for a reflex. Muzzle. Sure. Suppressor, nothing wrong with that. Grip tactical. Ooh, a large magazine. My favorite. Internal mod. Burst fire. Slot 1. We're going extended mag on this motherfucker. Two. Yeah, we're also going to go with lacerate just as before. 3. We are gonna go with shattering. I think I have to like hop out of it and then hop back in. There we go. There we go. And then save testing. Oh, that's just fucking diabolical. Well, here I go killing again. Man, that's probably not a smart thing to say to somebody who's acting like a fucking terrorist. God damn, this rifle's scarier than the last one. So I'm thinking outside of the recoil, this might end up being pretty popular. Okay, now for the actual, like, sniper scope test. Because this thing has some pretty nasty recoil, so if I'm not able to, like, train it down, this is going to be a really rough weapon to use with burst fire, unless you're at, like, much closer range. What the fuck? Oh yeah, scope. Duh. Okay, so we want optics. Let's go for like a medium scope. So we need vanadium. 558B. Let's go. Yeah, this thing's kind of a beast, not gonna lie. Like, outside of the fact that the thing, like... We're gonna see how this performs. Although I feel like if you aim kind of low on the target torso, that the ride-up should make it go, like, belly, chest, face, or something close to that. So you might be able to accommodate by just, like, riding the recoil and then, like, maybe using the slow time in addition to that. That looked like 3 confirmed hits. Okay. Never mind. So the recoil is just after all of the shots are done. It's like all 3 of those shots were like right in the dude's head. Okay, look the fuck out. This fucking gun's like pulling like in the neighborhood of 1,000 damage per squeeze. And even with me doing like a fraction of what it could be doing because I have very hard enabled, this thing is still doing just ridiculous amounts of damage. Okay, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and call the hard target completed. Let's see, what other little things did I want to mess with? For that matter, I've got to try to remember what other weapons got counted as a type of like marksman rifle. I think that'll be the really big to-do. Just got it. So I need to like basically work through the wiki or whatever and just figure that one out. Which I'm also going to like just drop a link in chat real quick in case you guys decide you want to play Starfield, but you need a little bit of like useful wiki style information. This is the website that I go through personally. They just have so much useful information, and it feels a lot more polished and better documented than like fan wiki, fandom, or any of those other like types of more commonly referred to wiki sites for games. Like this one even goes down categorically and breaks down all of the different ship types based off of faction, for fuck's sake. They are thorough. So that's my go-to, that's what I recommend, and that's also what I'm about to use to try to pull up the different information that I need. So let's see. I don't think there's like... Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, that one... Hold on. Hunting rifle. That one looks loosely based off of like a Soviet era rifle. And it looks a lot more like a hunting rifle. I mean, not a hunting rifle, sorry, like a battle rifle of some sort. Like, loosely adapted from, like, I don't know, maybe the fucking AK-47, a Dragunov or something. Something else from, like, that time period. I think it wouldn't be too far-fetched for it to have, like, a burst fire mode. So, just for a little bit of, I guess, context for what I'm talking about. Talking about this rifle right here. Just, to me, this looks like something that was, like, cobbled together, modified, whatnot, and could possibly have some sort of conversion inside of its guts to permit some such type of fire. So we're going to mess with that one next, I think. So let's see, that's the Old Earth rifle. And in the game files, I believe it's the Russian hunting rifle. Bingo. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Okay. Real quick, I'm going to take like a quick BRB break. I've got to go take a bio break, and I'm going to go get myself something to drink. So I'm going to switch us over to the BRB screen. There we go. I'm back. Thank you guys for your patience. I've got some coffee brewing, and I'm going to be enjoying that in a few here. Okay, so where was I? Right. I was getting ready to work on the old world hunting rifle next and giving that a burst fire option as well. So let's see, we've got to start by duplicating the high-powered receiver, because that's just what I've been doing. Because we're kind of like sacrificing some of the big damage uplift in favor of basically giving us burst fire. There we go. And we want to duplicate that. And like that, the Russian hunting rifle, also known as the Old Earth hunting rifle, should have a burst fire mode as a new offering. Also, while that loads, I'm gonna go grab my drink. Oh, this actually rolled with burst fire. That's pretty fucking convenient, if I say so myself. Okay, so it comes with a 20-round mag, making this feel like actually appropriate. Oh shit! This fucker can go up to a 40-round mag. Okay, you know what, we're just gonna set it to Furious, because it already has a pretty plentiful magazine. Okay, let's go for... You know what, we're gonna try Incendiary this time, just for like shits and giggles. And then Shattering, just so we can make sure that it has like the utmost best possible amount of like breakthrough damage. And then we're gonna pump that up to an advanced quality. So it's definitely not gonna be as powerful as the hard target is. That thing is just a fucking monster. But also, to be fair, it's like an endgame weapon, so it has every right to be. Save. Testing. Oh. How peculiar. It doesn't appear to be actually applying burst fire. Okay, there we go.
What's new?
So it has a chance to not actually set it when you spawn it in. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, and then we want to just get our powers ready and just start the run. Yeah, that thing's got quite the zoom on it. the fuck? Am I over here hallucinating, or did that do, like, no damage? Or is it just, like, a damage trigger condition? Okay, there we go. Well, I can already say I'm not a fan of Incendiary as a legendary effect. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to roll a different secondary effect because I feel like Lacerate was actually doing a pretty decent job. And Incendiary seems to be just horribly underwhelming. I might have to look at that later. Corrosive also sounds pretty good. I'll have to look into that. Oh, right, I reloaded, and I have to reapply.
Keep moving, the scanner's wall.
Oh yeah, that's much better. Yeah, Lacerate does way more fucking damage than Incendiary did. Okay, this is like actually living up to hopes and expectations. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say that this rifle is, like, deceptively strong. And I think... Actually, no, it might be more like the Lacerate effect is deceptively strong. Yeah, so that one's good. Okay. Let's take a look what else is next to play with. Okay, so we've got the old world hunting rifle covered. Okay. You know, that might even just be okay for now. And it'll give me an opportunity to go and mess with other stuff at a later time. What type of weapon is the AA-99? I'm not actually sure, so I'm just gonna have to take a look. So let's take a look. Firing. Okay, that is just a straight up automatic weapon, so I don't have to play with that. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see, I don't need to mess with the energy types because they made burst fires of those already for the DLC. Actually, I should probably take a look at the Nova Blast Disruptor. Because I don't remember if that actually has that as a feature. Or more specifically as like a mod. So I'm gonna look that up right now, since I have the wiki open. It does not appear so. Okay. Let's see. What else can I do? Yeah, that mag size is absolute trash. So I think we're gonna boost it up a little bit. So it has a mag size of 5. That's just absolutely horrible. So we're gonna go ahead and bump that up, I think, to like even 8 is better, as weird as only +3 sounds. Also, I should probably go ahead and start a new entry in the change logs while I'm at it. Okay. Oh shit, it's Lud. Welcome in, friend. How are you doing? I'm just over here elbow deep in the change logs real quick. Just updating the work that I've done so far, like during the stream. How are you doing? Welcome in. What was it? Overclocked, I think, is what I'm going to need to do for this. Okay, thank fuck. For a second there, I thought my mic wasn't, like, actually turned on, and I thought I was, like, saying hi to no one. But yeah, how you doing, lad? Yeah, and thank you so much. Oh man. Between Event Horizon and Angels of War, I've just been busting my hump to get as much of the stuff done as I possibly could. And not like in a specific time window. I just wanted to get it done just in general. And, big overhauls don't exactly get done overnight. But if I'm able to create like an actual fully functional feature set in like the space of a week or two, and then get that, basically shipped out in a reasonable amount of time, I'm happy. And so right now I'm just kind of working on something that was just kind of on a whim, like, hey, what if we gave these weapons burst fire? But like, instead of doing something crazy like making a unique weapon variant, how about we do one better and we just make it so it's like a craftable upgrade like any other? So now, like, one of the sniper rifles in the game that's capable of burst firing is like absolutely fucking insane. I think that'll make people pretty happy though when they figure out how it like actually performs. I'm not gonna say that it's like pin straight, because it's not. That thing has like a mule kick worth of recoil on it. But what I've noticed was the bullets fly out and they hit the target, and then after like all of the hits land on the target, when the bullets are already out of the gun, is when you'll see the barrel or your scope go flying up into the sky, and then you have to realign. So like, you have to retrain the gun between your bursts, but the bursts themselves are like reasonably accurate. And I like even tried it with a scope on it and not just a reflex sight, and I'm pretty satisfied with how that turned out. And yes, you are 100% right, I do love to challenge people. I dare say, challenging people might be one of my favorite hobbies. And like that, we have the basic burst fire mod for the Nova Blast now. Let's go. This weapon, however, this one's going to be a little bit funny because the Nova Blast is a non-lethal weapon. It's one of those like incapacitate type weapons. So I think giving this a burst fire will also be greatly appreciated by everybody. I also increased the base ammo because the base ammo on this weapon just absolutely sucks dookie. It's like, you get 5 shots and then you have to reload. The gun fires slowly. 5 shots, you have to reload. So I increased the base, like on just the weapon itself, from 5 to 8. And then on this, I think I'm going to increase it by like 4 more to compensate for the fact I'm going for a 3-round burst. So it'll go from 8 to 12, consuming at a rate of like 3 per shot. So you get like 4 bursts before a reload. Not terrible. You gotta love doing math. So we're gonna add 4 to the capacity. Okay. And we save that. Nova Blast. That's internal. Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, Nova Blast underscore, not plus. Internal. Then we duplicate overclocked. Burst fire. To burst fire. Okay. Nova Blast. Attach. Okay, that looks good. Then we save that. Well, how did I learn how to do like all of like the stuff that I do now, like the modding and whatnot? So I feel like I have to tell you like at least a little bit of the backstory, what led me there for any of it to make sense. But I could just clip it and just simply say that our own community member and like one of my dear friends, Happy Slap, had taught me the utmost of fundamentals on how to navigate the creation kit and like how to make my blank template. Or not template, sorry, my blank plugin in which I would like do any of the stuff. Like he taught me that like the super fundamentals and just sent me on my way after giving me like a basic lesson. Like, okay, we're going to pick any one of the guns and like try to change the projectile. Just that's it. So we took Fallout 4's pipe revolver and made it shoot a plasma bolt from like the plasma guns instead of a normal bullet. That was the goal. And it took me a few tries. First couple of times I was able to make an invisible gun that kind of looked like I had finger guns going on. It shot the projectile, but the gun was invisible because I broke something. And he just kept coaching me through what to do, and I eventually got it, and then things slowly started to click. And like that's just like cutting out the backstory. But if you add in a little bit of the backstory, it kind of goes way past that. I started learning about like playing with mods in video games, and I got really interested in Fallout 4's like modding scene as like a user. And I'm like, okay, I want to have like a nostalgic game. How about trying to find stuff that was like Fallout New Vegas, going back to Fallout 3, Fallout 1 and 2, like what sort of elements can we add from those old games to make it feel more like Fallout universe instead of just Fallout 4? So I stumbled on an old Juicehead video, and it was talking about this mod called, what was it? Level Up Menu EX, which was a type of like framework mod for script extender, so PC only. That led me to another mod called Be Exceptional. It was basically just the skills like replacer, you know, with like the 0 to 100 like point allocation system from the old games, instead of having like the normal menu that we're used to having with like the perk chart. So it did that. So I checked that mod out, and they recommended, hey, try this other mod called You Are Special by Happy Slab. This one like added a whole bunch of like cool perks, some old, some new, and like some that was just completely like homebrewed by Happy. So I checked that out. I tried all of that stuff. It was pretty fucking fun. So here's where like that whole paths cross thing takes place. I discovered this really weird little like math calculation that was wrong. and I was digging through the files, and I'm like, I'm wondering if there was like a .json file or a text file or some shit that I could like examine maybe and adjust the math on it. Lo and behold, I got fucking lucky. I found the thing, and I was able to correct the math on it, made it work. And so when I went and started playing with Happy's mod with the corrected math in the configure file, everything went great. So then I go onto his mod page and I'm like, hey man, I found this thing. And here's the math that I used to solve it and make it work correctly. And lo and behold, he takes that correction I made and he uploaded it as a separate file and crediting me for it, for like discovering the solution. And then he ends up like shooting me a DM on Nexus and he's like, hey, would you be interested in being a mod tester for me? The rest is fucking history. So, all because of a video from Juicehead and this desire to have like a Fallout world kind of experience, it led me down this long goddamn rabbit hole that made me meet Happy Slap, got me into modding, helped me with building this amazing community that he and I had founded together. And like, it even got me into wanting to stream. Like, I dare say modding helped me find my freedom and so much, like, general healing in a lot of my mental health and, like, a lot of my past and so on. All because of modding. So it's kind of poetic and a bit profound, I dare say. And so that's what got me my foundational start. From there, it was just 6 years of trial and error. Just literally 6 fucking years of trial and error. Not everything I made was great. Not everything I made even fucking worked. But I spent that 6 years learning how to make stuff that didn't work, so that way I could learn how to make shit that did. And here we are now. Exactly. And so now I have a pretty popular overhaul mod for Fallout 4 that I'm absolutely proud of. And as part of like my personal journey through not only modding, but like the friends I've made and the different, events that had transpired in my life, I had chosen to honor my friends by making them some sort of an element inside of Delirium. Be it a tribute in the form of a unique weapon dedicated to them, like Happy Slap has one dedicated to him. He's the person who got me started on my journey. You better believe he's got his own unique weapon. Ree, I made her a boss in the latest update. She's literally a fucking boss. And she's terrifying. Just all these little things. It's been a pretty wild ride. And then here we are, 6 years later. And you're just hanging out with me while I'm dicking around on Starfield. And I'm just kind of relaxing and enjoying the fact that, like, all of these events had pushed me into being brave enough to even apply. And then finding out a few days later, I was accepted by Bethesda to join the Verified Creators Program. I can't really tell you what goes on behind the scenes because I'm not allowed to. I can just simply say I feel incredibly honored and incredibly privileged. But, yeah. I've just been dealing with a lot of these really neat ideas that have been kind of bombarding my brain. And I've got one hell of an awesome, constructive, and therapeutic creative outlet for all of this stuff. Oh, that's right. I totally closed out of the page. So I was keeping up on the stats for one of my Starfield mods. I made it on the 22nd of October. So it's like 19 days old. and it's got like over 3,300 downloads already. For me, in that short amount of time, is pretty goddamn awesome. Okay, mod group 2, I do believe, is the one I want to put this in. Okay, that's an optional. Hit OK on that. Let's save. Convert active into a small master. Overwrite. Minimize. And now we go and test this. It really is satisfying. You know, like, it's taken me, like, I want to say in the neighborhood of like 4 years to get Delirium to where it is. And to my own credit on that one, I had to do a lot of learning along the way. So, like, its foundation is definitely pretty rocky. But then I learned how to pack in all of the holes that I made and so on, and kind of tighten it up as I went. If I knew then what I know now, I definitely would have built Delirium a lot better and a lot differently. But all in all, it runs pretty damn smooth, and I don't have much in the way of complaints realistically. And, like, you know, I'm passionate about it when even I'm still willing to and actually kind of require myself to play Fallout 4 with my own mod. Like, it's not even narcissism, it's just I believe in my work so much that I too will also use it. You know, because, like, I'm making the mod for me, but I'm sharing it with the world. And it's something that I'm damn proud of. And hey, for what it's worth, your emotes are pretty fucking awesome. Just so you know. Okay, let's see. Nova Blast Disruptor. Yeah, this one is not so fancy schmancy. Okay, do I have to... Okay, it looks like I need to reapply the mod. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's being goofy like that. Oh yeah, it looks like you're going to be able to see some of the other toys that I had made. Let's help. Adhesive. Well, there are some things that are at least consistent with Bethesda and their IPs. It doesn't matter which game. Some form of adhesive is going to be fucking important. It was like all the rage in Fallout 4. And even now in Starfield, I'm still over here going on with, where the hell is my adhesive? There we go. There we go. And now we've got that. Of course, now I have to go and spawn in some more fucking titanium. If it ain't one thing, it's another. There we go. Now we save. Son of a bitch. Okay, so it's literally not applying the burst fire. So I guess we've got to keep on trying and messing with it. Okay, let's try using a different weapons statistics. Actually, you know what? We're going to try it with the AIM model too, just for curiosity's sake. I will say this will be kind of annoying if this weapon ends up not actually working with that whole premise of being able to burst fire. But before I go and get like all super annoyed, I'm going to definitely make it a point to examine the weapon a little bit further, just in case it's something like a charge fire weapon that we're just really used to firing without charging, because then I'll probably have to see about messing with that as an additional flag to try to turn on or off. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking it is a charge fire because, like, while it's kind of subtle, if I hold down the trigger, the gun starts to shake from the rear, which usually only happens in a Bethesda game if it's a charge weapon. So that also explains why it's just not working. So now I've got to look in here real quick and see if I can find like anything that might be indicative. So it's not charge reload. That would be something like the laser musket or the salvaged Assaultron head from Fallout. So here we go. So it's charged to fire. 2.5 makes it do its full output. So for that, I need to look to see if on here, if I can also disable that particular flag. A new idea. We're going to turn that off. And I'm going to come back over here. And then we're going to turn that off. I hit apply and save. And if I know impatient players, chances are a lot of them are probably not bothering to charge their shots on the thing. So it just makes more sense to turn that off. Unless, of course, what I just did just, like, tears apart the sun when you fire it. And, like, the only way to prevent it from killing everybody is, like, it needs to be, like, hold the fire. Which would make a lot of sense, actually. It'd just be, like, ain't that a bitch? You know? Weird things like that happen in these games sometimes. Inexplicably. They're just like, nobody's gonna think to turn that off. Yeah, for real. You see people when they flock in. How do I find this? How do I find that? I can't kill that. That's not fair. How do I do it? Patience. Patience is the way. Ooh, that's more like it. So I figured out the problem. Oh, that's magnificent. What are the stats? Okay, good, the stats are the same. So I think I'm going to get in trouble with this now. Welcome to now possibly one of the most overpowered non-lethal weapons. Unless it rips holes in the sun. Which, again, wouldn't that be a fucking thing?
What the hell?
Get back here, motherfucker. Okay, so they just want to be like, no, instead of falling down. They're reminding me of Stuart from Mad TV. Okay, I'm thinking that one is probably immune to this weapon. How many of these goddamn people are immune? Okay, that's still really goddamn funny. Fucking ragdolling security with it. It's also a little annoying that it doesn't, like, do anything to just, like, normal pedestrians. Oh, yeah, they made it so EM weapons are, like, actually effective on robots. That's pretty fucking sweet. Oh. I know what you are. You're the annoying one. Ah, she's also immune. You're not. But, okay, there we go. Let's double check the mod on that one. Just making sure that it wasn't a burst fire. Mostly because I need to, like... Oh, okay, okay. Oh yeah, so before I completely distract myself, yeah, it's an electromagnetic rifle. So it should make sense that it's like basically frying a robot or incapacitating it or something. Yeah, the normal one is just too fucking slow. It's like miserably slow. And then we have mine with a burst fire. And then it's just like, if you can hit them. Well, as long as they're not flagged as immune. Yeah, suffice it to say, this weapon is now, like, capable of being actually really, really effective. Against normal enemies, at least. This is a case of me going against a not supposed to be harassed settlement. Would you like to see some another weapon that I had concocted earlier in the stream? So I've had this general consensus going on that one of the weapons that left me feeling very unsatisfied was the laser category of weapons, specifically in the heavy weapon tier. And so I should slightly clarify by there are none. There are no heavy weapons that are laser weapon type in Starfield. Until tonight. There's like heavy particle beam, heavy explosive, and so on and so on. Now, I do want to make myself super duper clear that with my statement of there being no heavy lasers, that comes with a slight caveat. And that being, there is a tool type heavy weapon that does laser-based damage. But the amount of damage it provides is absolutely minuscule. It's your starter mining tool. The biggest saving grace about it is the fact that it has a self-recharging ammo, so you never truly run out of ammo. Now, don't get me wrong, that's incredibly advantageous. But it's a tool, it's not actually a weapon. So, I had done some stuff, and the first thing I'm going to show you is like the base weapon that this is derived from, which is basically Starfield's take on the minigun, also known as the microgun. And this is a ballistic weapon. It deals physical damage. With some perks invested, it's not bad either. Absolutely mows down civilians, too. Not that you should be, mowing down civilians. But yeah. So, this is the microgun. Not bad at all. So I had taken the microgun and created the micro laser. This uses energy ammo, does energy damage. It doesn't expend shells because you're basically giving it a giant battery pack instead. And it scales off of laser-based perks. And I'm a-firing my laser. Yeah, so this is the little monster I made tonight. And what's more awesome is I have taken the time to incorporate this into the microgun, like the base version's shared loot pools. I didn't override, I just simply added into. So anywhere that the base version could appear, this also now can appear. So yeah, it's fully added into the game. Uh-huh. Now, you know me, Lud. You know I'm kind of a menace. The combat is set to very hard. Me, as the player, I'm dealing much less damage, and enemies are dealing much more damage. I have to check the actual stats to find what the settings do for the multipliers, but I figure it's somewhere in the neighborhood of I'm probably doing half damage while they're doing double damage. That's like roughly my expectation because that's what they did in Fallout 4 for the difficulty setting. So I'm not playing with minimal stuff here. I'm heavily nerfed, and this is hitting pretty hard with perk investment. Now, obviously, I can't say shit at the moment about, well, why aren't they hurting me? You saw me turn on God mode for the purposes of testing. I mean, for fuck's sake, I have infinite ammo. But yeah, this thing is pretty nasty. And now laser weapons have their very own heavy weapon. Yeah, so that's pretty much what tonight's been about. Making these new lovelies. And testing them, of course. Let's see, where are you? There you are. This right here is arguably now the most powerful of the sniper class weapons in the game, based on the burst fire configuration. With burst fire, this thing's doing over 1,000 damage, like, per trigger pull. And thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, as you can see, like, the recoil on the barrel after the shots is absolutely dramatic. So it kind of makes sense to, like, scope, fire, release, so you can, like, rinse and repeat. Like, if you want to use it at, like, a higher level of proficiency. Obviously, having access to the slow time power also helps, because you can line your shots better. Or, you know, just be a psychopath, run up, feed them the barrel. Because, I mean, that also works. I hear screaming. There. I know, that was not very nice where I just shot that poor man. He deserved better. For fucking real. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of really crazy new toys to play with now. I also need to update the patch notes about what I've done to that weapon in particular. What was it? There we go. So now it's also notating that I've disabled its charge to fire function. So there we go. So we have 4 weapons that now have this feature, which is pretty fucking exciting. Okay, let's see. Not sure what else to do for now. That might honestly be all I do for that part. Okay, so I'm going to cut to a BRB screen super duper quick so I can log in to the servers in the creation kit real quick, and then I will hop back in. Okay? So don't go anywhere. I'm just doing this for a little bit of privacy. Okay, that's done. And now gotta log in on my other monitor, which thankfully you can't see even if you tried. So, do. Okay, so now that that little bit's done, I'm gonna go ahead and actually upload tonight's work. So this will be a new live patch for everybody to play on. Let's see, so we want to update Event Horizon. We are going to version 1.38. So now go ahead and click over on that. I did not mean to double click on it. Let's see. So now I can go ahead and do this tidbit because there's nothing that's personal info over here. So we are now on version 1.38. Thank you, thank you. Okay, referring over to here. So now it'll be included in the change log on the website itself for what all's going into here. So things we've done tonight. The Nova Blast Disruptor has had its base ammo increased from 5 to 8, and charge to fire has been disabled, so now it fires on tap. I've created a new micro laser laser variant of the microgun, and it's been incorporated into its respective loot pools. I've also created new craftable burstfire receivers for the Hard Target, Lawgiver, Old World Hunting Rifle, and Nova Blast Disruptor. I am okay with this. And like that, there we go. Event Horizon 1.38 is now up. I'd call that a pretty fun and productive little session. Now, outside of that, I can't show anything else from, like, the behind page. But, yeah, other than that, I think that was pretty cool. It was a nice way to spend a chunk of my evening. If you want, I can just blow shit up for, like, the next hour or so. I've got no qualms with that. Other than that, I'm probably gonna, like, wrap it up and then just, like, hang out in Discord. Yeah, I think it's always fun to just go and, like, mess around and feel the changes that I've created. You know, like, the new gun that I made, for instance. That thing's pretty fucking dope. But now I have to go out into the world, locate one legitimately, so I'm going to be loading a save to before starting the testing. But, yeah, just gonna mess around with that, have a little fun. Who knows, if I'm lucky, I'll even end up looting one off of an enemy, which that'll be pretty cool, too. So let's see, let's delete these past few saves. See. I don't remember what all I was doing here prior. Wait, nope, I take that back. I was doing the Ryujin quest line, so I am supposed to be back on this planet. Okay. That's still not far back enough, because I'm not supposed to have that gun. Okay, so let's load further back. Okay, since those were all super duper close, I should probably go a little further back. Okay, nope. Okay, wait, I think I know. Character select. So let's go here. Back to my exit save. In theory, that ought to set me back to where I need to be. Okay, return. Yep, okay, this is the right one. Yeah, these ones can be deleted. Go back to character select. There we go. We gotta go this way. Yeah, so I'm in New Game Plus. I'm not sure which of them I'm in now. I think it's just New Game Plus number 2. Yep, you can usually tell at least up to the first 6. New Game Pluses based on the ship number. This is Guardian 2, so that's New Game Plus number 2. So there we go. So that puts me in my third universe.
Just the person I wanted to see. And we aim to keep it that way. I need to deliver this to... I've upgraded your security level. Tell her assistant Maeve.
I'm one floor too low. So let's see, I think my next big modding session, I'm probably going to start working on making tier 5 quality for everything. Or not everything, but the weapons. They all stop at tier 4, whereas armor stops at tier 5. Which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But it is what it is. Food, drink. Yes, cheese and soda. The perfect diet for any spacefarer.
Confirmed. Ularu is wrapping up a meeting with Genevieve. You can wait here or in the lobby area. I'll let you know when she's ready to see you. I see Imogene Salzo is supposed to be with you.
I'm right here, Maeve.
Good. It should just be a moment. Well, sooner than I thought. Looks like Ularu's ready now.
Ularu, is that always your response? I don't want another PR mess on my hands.
Right? Just non-stop soda and cheese. It's almost the Skyrim diet, for that matter.
Fine, but you can break this news to Alexis at our next meeting.
Oh man, that just reminded me. I've got eggs on my ship.
You're finally here. The one I've been hearing so much about.
Man, could you imagine that? Eggs, cheese, soda, or beer. I'm pretty sure beer, eggs, and cheese would be the worst.
In that case, it sounds like our initial impression of you is turning out to be quite accurate. No.
Yeah, my thoughts too.
Success every time. 5 successful standard assignments and 1 specialized.
And on top of all that, a flawless record. It's no wonder they love you up here. I happen to have a personal assignment that I'd like to send you on. One that involves meeting up with an outside contact. Jeannie seems to think you're more than capable of handling it.
She's the best operative I've ever hired.
Let's not forget the only operative you've ever hired. Meeting with outside contacts isn't always as straightforward as your past assignments. Some can be fickle or demanding, so you'll need to decide how to handle them and what decisions to make on the fly. Good, because if not, I can't imagine we have much use for you here at Legion. Your contact is Simon Reicher. He claims to have information on a new project called Infinity LTD is working on. He said it's a game changer that Eugene would be especially interested in. So he's asking for us as the big agency. Finance will reimburse up to 1,000 credits. So if you have negotiation skills, use them. Simon's been working with us for years, so you'll pose no threat to you. He's paranoid, which is why I assume he's never been caught. But his information is typically worth it. Now, in order to confirm your identity, Simon prefers code phrases. I'll let Jeannie give you the details on this one because the concept is just beneath me.
Simon is into sports, so he enjoys any opportunity to talk about them. At some point, he'll casually say, "Looks like the Galactic Raiders are the #1 pick for the Universal Championship this year." You get to respond with, "Razor Derby is the only real sport." Got it? You'll find him in Sidonia, so I hope your ship's fueled. Just look for him above the Lux condos in the plaza.
You spoke very highly of this one, Jeannie. Let's hope she doesn't make a liar out of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some things to take care of.
Thanks.
Man, this Solaru is just so goddamn rude.
Out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours.
Don't worry, Imogene, I'm not gonna let you down. But if Alara keeps being condescending, I might put her down. Rude bitch. There we go. I'm unassigning everybody from my ship, not just for privacy, but also for privacy. I might get up into some pirate business at some point, and I don't need them judging me. It's like they don't actually know you've turned out to be a psychopath, unless you do the unthinkable, which is have them with you, and then act like a psychopath. Right.
I'm not sure what else I can do to make you trust, but what I have to
Mysterious lady person, you can make me trust you by leaving me the fuck alone. I'm not the kind of person who has social skills, lady. So, like, you know, leave me alone.
used to think I was Vanguard.
Can't wait to get out of this place. You lost? Or just come to ask an out-of-work miner how his day's going? Only good thing worth talking about these days is sports. Speaking of, looks like the Galactic Raiders are the #1 pick for the Universal Championship this year. Damn right it is. I heard they were sending someone new. Nice to see you made it. I have information on a deal being proposed between Infinity Ltd and Deimos Stockouts. It's my belief that your employers would be highly interested in the details. So I'm upping my price. It's steep, yeah.
$10,000 credits from this motherfucker. Yo ho, it's a pirate's life for me.
You've got a good sense for value, my friend. The information I have is on a deal for something called Project Dominion. I'm giving you 2 slates. They contain surveillance and interaction data for Stanley McMillan, the Infinity Threat, that I obtained myself. I'm also giving you a 3rd slate because you're going to need to download the files on Project Dominion off his computer yourself. Nice doing business with you.
Yes, same. That as well as I'm in the Stimulus Avoidance Club. get overstimulated way too easily, and I'm just like, yeah, no, absolutely goddamn not.
What the hell are you doing in this son of a city anyway? You draw the short stick at work or what? Infinity sent you to get Deimos to bite on a deal. You gotta catch it, coach. Project Dominion. Sounds like world domination to me, buddy. I'd buy into that in a heartbeat. So what's gone?
Excuse me. Can I help you with something? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, with all the occupants already there, I'm sure there'll still be a line, but that, and I don't... If security wants... I highly doubt that. If security suspects me, I've been here. And as for stuff being stolen, I wish I could say I had something of value, but hey, no offense if you live there. Fresh air. I guess if Sidonia is all you know, it's... Hell, I tell you one thing. If I close this deal with Deimos, I'm doing all my celebrating at home. The broken spear is no viewport. Oh, it's big already. Infinity's onto something groundbreaking. And we're giving Deimos the first shot at buying in. If our predictions are right, this will put us ahead of even Ryujin Industries. Fingers crossed we still have some luck left. My boss recently closed a deal with Quantum Synergies, so... things are fine. Good doesn't even begin to describe it. It's time for Infinity to be known for innovation, and Ryujin will be the one following in our footsteps.
It's amazing. Usually our mining operations run with me in charge. I can't recall the last...
I have no shame about giving myself 3 shots and then accepting the consequences. Aha!
Always something to do around here.
Do I know you? Sorry, no time to chat. I'm a little busy.
How the fuck did I do that? literally standing beside him and him not reacting in time to go hostile. That's fucking funny. I'm wondering if that's technically an interaction I'm not even supposed to be able to do. Oh, that was fucking fantastic. Although I'm just going to chalk it up as like the whole flash interaction, because I just use like the slow time power, and then I'm just like, and we've already got everything downloaded.
Well, that took longer than expected. I hope whatever information Simon had was worth it. You've got a little spark in you. I like it. Now, let's see if what Mr. Rychek found was worth all the fuss. Give me a moment to run a decryption. Let's see. Got the key, deciphering, and done. Well, well, well. Looks like our friend Simon wasn't joking. This is a sales initiative for Project Dominion. It's not an Infinity Ltd design. It's one of ours. They didn't even bother to screw up the name, meaning someone never thought they'd get caught. Come with me. Masako needs to hear about this.
Keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours. I've got my eye on you.
Hey, Ularu?
What is this about?
Who's this? This is our latest junior operative. I sent her on an assignment to rendezvous with an informant. But here's the real news. Infinity Ltd has gotten their hands on Project Dominion.
Impossible.
Not only that, they're trying to sell it under their own name.
Of course they are. We need fines to investigate this immediately.
Fucking excuse you, Ree? I told you that I was going to be going live, and it even got posted in the announcements channel. It's not my fault you don't pay attention.
High security clearance to even know it exists.
Fucking trying to gaslight me like that. If you're going to gaslight me, go full throttle. Damn.
A very well-connected mole within our corporation. Exactly. I want you to go see Dalton Fines, our chief security officer. I'll send him the details. You've brought an enormous security violation to our I trust your help in any way possible.
So,
Thank you. Some operatives may have seized this as an opportunity for extortion.
okay, that one's a little bit weird that you didn't get a push notification. But I also can't really help you there. But, yeah, I'm kind of surprised at how well Starfield is actually streaming. Probably helps that I'm, like, running it at a lower resolution with FSR enabled. Like, all of the quality and stuff is, like, dialed down a bit, and it's not being super taxing.
Good. You're here. So,
thanks to your work in Sedona, I'm told someone...
Oh shit, you have me put up in your server too? That's amazing. Also, awesome choice on making the coffee. I actually made one part way into stream as well. By the way, Tavi was here earlier at the start, so that was awesome. All in all, I'm in a pretty good mood.
We certainly are. Directive Theta has one unique case. That's La Rouge. The directive calls for a specialized programmer known as Nix to investigate her. But we need your assistance for an unusual assignment. Ularu has the ability to thwart any investigation, so it's imperative she knows nothing about this directive. Her knowledge and talents are why she's the chief of operations.
Since you're probably only now coming in, Ree, I'm guessing you missed some of the new toys I made. So I started the stream, like, for the first 3 hours, I was just working on modding. Made some pretty cool shit, and got to see a little bit of it. But, so I don't know if you've noticed, but there's no, like, heavy gun version of, like, the laser weapons available. The DLC made sure that we got some heavy weapon versions of, like, the particle beams. So that was pretty sweet. But we're still left with that big hole for lasers. So I basically made a laser version of the micro gun, and it's pretty fucking sweet. Holy shit, it's a bones as well.
Your key card will be turned off, and the security guards in the building will consider you to be trespassing.
I don't have a bad dragon, I am a bad dragon.
At least one of us is. In the meantime, I'll ensure all non-essential employees, Ularu included, have left the building, claiming routine security clearance. During that time, I'm also issuing you a disruptor.
This is my favorite bit of dialogue in probably the entire game. Like, I'm issuing a disruptor. What's a disruptor? And then his line.
It concerns me that you don't know. A disruptor is a non-lethal.
He clearly understood the hint that I only work with lethal force. Hey, welcome in, not sure. How you doing?
Target, giving you a chance to get away. But you'll only have so much time before the effects wear off.
Yeah, whatever, man. I'll be fucking careful. Calm down.
Good. No one can know about this, not even
Gotcha. So we understand where you got the name from, then. Wow, the disrespect.
Careful out there, buddy.
Side note, I'm in like one of those really weird, positive, like actually energized kind of moods. I'm probably gonna go beyond my normal 4 hours. We're gonna see how comfortable I am with hitting like 5 or 6. Because like I'm just in a generally decent mood right now. Also, I just realized I need to update my thing. There we go. Wait, what's awesome? Actually, yeah, be right back. IO break. And also I'm gonna like prep my coffee pot for more coffee. So I'm gonna hit a BRB screen. You guys hang out. I have returned. How is everybody doing? Let me scroll back in chat. Yeah, my god mod is here. The Re is here. My other god mod is doing her other things. She's also a fucking phenomenal mod. But having at least one of my god mods makes me absolutely delighted. Yeah, so as far as me being in a good mood, I don't know, just being in a new place, being surrounded by, like, good people who don't stress me the fuck out on a daily, and just wonderful things taking place in my life. I'm just in a much better place mentally than I was, like, even 6 months ago. And then to just, top it all off, I was accepted into Bethesda's verified creator program. Like, I'm being acknowledged for all of my hard work and dedication. Like, I couldn't be happier. Or let me rephrase that. In terms of just overall life achievements and so on, I couldn't be happier. There's, like, maybe one more feather in the cap that would make me happy. But that's for private conversation, not for here.
Oh yeah, Dalton's little errand runner. I've written up a program just for the occasion, but as Mujin knows, it's yours for either a price or a favor.
For real.
A pleasure.
It's like, I don't ask for much, I just ask to not be completely fucked around all the goddamn time. And then just things are like, hey, here's a bone we're gonna throw you.
Whatever encryption Laro has, is bound to take some real work. More than my little setup here can handle. Here's the slate. I'll be waiting.
Oh, and of course, the other thing, at least tonight, that put me in a good mood, it was taco night. I made tacos. They were pretty good. I don't know of anybody who can be actively upset while having tacos. I could understand, like, being upset after you're done having tacos, but in the moment, I mean, they're pretty good for the soul. Yes, tacos. You heard me right. Gotcha. Yeah, I had tacos tonight for dinner. I made them. Lud, it sounds like your husband is a very wise man. Hard to go wrong with tacos. Listen, border kid, not everybody grows up that close and understands the entire thing. Honestly, I don't even know if we have some of the required ingredients here in Maine for that stuff to be more authentic. Very nice. Oh yeah, so some of the stuff that I did in stream earlier. So some of the sniper rifle type weapons, I had made a burst fire weapon mod for them. It's a craftable. It's not like locked onto a legendary. So weapons like the Lawgiver, what was it, Hard Target, and the Old World hunting rifle, I had given them the options, and the little taser rifle here, the Nova Blast, also has it. Suffice it to say, it's pretty goddamn good. And then, of course, there is the whole micro gun that fires lasers thing, which is also pretty fantastic. Man, doing this shit as a Starborn is like fucking hacks. But yeah, I thought it was going to be a well-received edition all in all. But yeah, so all in all, I felt that, let's be real. Sniper style builds where you're just like sneaking and trying to drill as hard as you can, unless your game settings are in a certain way, you're still going to be at risk. And that's just because, like, once you're caught out of your element, you're not going to do enough sustainable damage to, like, really shut down any enemies that are going to try to drop you. So having a plan B in the form of a high-powered burst fire rifle usually does the trick. Actually, yeah, I'm just going to keep the gun out because it's a really good indicator on whether or not I'm still invisible. And I'm so glad I have that fucking macro on my mouse. Because, like, whoever thought it would be funny to, like, just go and, oh, look at that. I already made it to the end. Because whoever thought it was, like, funny to do anything of the sort of, like, rush through all of that and get themselves detected, just up for a hard time. Okay, where's that other thing? I could have... There you are. There's the hatch. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Never thought about making that whole interface without having a viable hotkey was also just not very polite. Because, like, you gotta open up the powers key, and then in the powers menu, hit the hotkey, and then hit the powers menu button again to get back out into this view. And it's just so goddamn clunky. Sweet. I think that was, like, about the stealthiest I've ever been, ever. To be fair, I kind of cheated with my powers. Okay. See if I can remember the other way. Is it just down? Oh, yeah, it is just down this way. That's convenient. No, that ain't the way. Okay, so I had partially the right idea.
Hamsa kept pestering me about this damn missing slate. Like security's got time to track something like that down.
Make yourself at home. Just don't take any souvenirs while you're here. So, you made it. Guess Ryujin's security really is slipping.
What are you doing, step bro?
Holy shit, welcome in, Zealot. Holy shit, thank you for the 4-month sub. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to, like, get back to doing this a lot more often. Fuck. Welcome in, though.
Just brimming with confidence, aren't you? But I've seen you work in the trade tower, so I'll at least give you some credit. Now, I'll take that program back that I gave you. Let's get the data on look.
Yeah, how's it going? Oh yeah. By the way, I'm doing like, from what feels like anyways, a longer than my usual stream. Normally I would be wrapping up already, but no, I'm in pretty good spirits right now.
See everything and anything. So, let's take a look. Ularu has some
Physically drained and just getting home.
not that I can't
Understandable.
circumventing protections, running encryption. This should just take a moment now.
So I ended up making, during like the first 3 hours of stream, a new update for Event Horizon. Made a new weapon, Ace, basically. And I added Burst Fire as a craftable weapons mod for a handful of sniper rifle type weapons. And I also gave that option for the Nova Blast Disruptor. You know, basically the stun gun. So they're pretty good now.
Let me tell you, it looks like fun times ahead for Ryujin. Technically, I'm not supposed to look, but it's kind of hard to not see. You do that. Here's the slate. As usual, always a pleasure doing business with Ryujin.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're not getting picked on by toddlers again, are you? You heard me talking about the stun gun, yeah? Okay. What did you hear?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bad monkey. I'm gonna do you a favor. Head back to Bayou Plaza before the
I'm not the toddler. I'm bigger than you. I'm pretty sure I take shits bigger than you, too.
Hey, you're at us crate nerds used to find him at so what was the disciple? Can't blame you.
Oh yeah, Bones. In a little while, I'm going to be going and trying to chat up your favorite character in, like, all of Starfield. And I'll literally give you
There's
only...
an old shit deep down in my arse. Smell it. Smells nice. Finger in, lick it. Tastes nice.
God damn it, Zealot, you're not new here.
I didn't get any hints.
Oh, fuck.
I expected much. Now, it's... It was possible. Someone's been accessing Naru's files remotely.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you, like, 2 guesses.
There's our culprit. Imogene Salzman, Senior Operations Specialist, and one of the few I had in mind.
That's the spirit.
The motive could be anything. Credits, grudges, even boredom. She has the means, and before you to head to her office. Good. When you're dealing with...
By the way, Zealot, I've been wanting to ask, how's Delirium treating you? I remember you were mentioning that you're doing like a rifles build for Commando and non-Commando. How's that going?
Try not to harass my techs too much. They have work to do. I'm sure you can tell by now. She isn't here, which is a shame since I have several documents I need her to sign off on. She's always been the master of avoiding housework. She hasn't stepped into the office since the maintenance closure. Probably abusing any time off again. I know for a fact she doesn't have any external meetings or business trips. There are work skills and there are life skills. I feel help it if I have both. I'm not even sure that's any business of yours, but I do enjoy keeping close tabs on all counterparts. Yeah, no thanks. Getting information out of Dalton is like talking to a wall. Besides, speculation is far more fun. I have Imogene's last location at Frankie's.
What the shit? That doesn't make sense.
For the Sioka Syndicate. You'll want to get executive sign-off if you plan on chasing after her.
That really doesn't make sense because we've done quality assurance many times over to double check that. That's weird as fuck. You know, this would be a lot easier to solve if you were like actually involved in the discords and stuff. Wait. Did you update to 5.0? As I could have swore I released that before 5.0.
Hey, we're talking here. Good. I'd hate to see what's
But yeah, it would be a lot easier to help you troubleshoot that if you know you were not isolated from all of your friends.
Be sure to let her.
Gotta go. No, I've got to talk to Dalton before I go and mess with that can of snakes.
No Imogene, I see. Of course, you code. If Imogene's with the Syndicate, I can't just send you after her. You'll need to speak with Benjamin Bailey. We have to make sure he's aware of the situation. Good, because without it, this adds a complexity that we do not have time for. Head over to the trade tower and be discreet. Let Bayu know that you're there on Ryuji's behalf. He may ask for credits or even a favor. Just give him what he wants. The sooner, the better. You don't want to give a clever mind like hers any more room than they have to. Just be sure to bring her back here in one piece. If she's truly the mole, she'll have a lot to answer. If she resists or tries to run, have no choice but to take it as an admission of guilt. I'm afraid you'll have to dispose of her. The risk of Imogen continuing to operate as a traitor is too high. If we don't dispose of her now, she could cause a great deal of harm to this company. She knows the consequences of betrayal.
Very good, very good.
Her dangers. If the situation does take a turn for the worse, I only ask that you perform a thorough search for any evidence she may have in her possession. I trust you.
Have you been figuring out the tricks? Or did you just get lucky and like burn through all of your ammo and your aid? Not judging or anything. Just curious what your approach was.
Security has got its eyes on this operator the decoy. The guy's trouble with the status quo.
Saburo. I think that's the dude from the mining company. Or not the mining company, but like the mining store. Sells like all of the metals and stuff here in Neon. I remember like his store is going under or something. And you could like help out by making a donation or some such. Could have sworn that there's like also a possible mission to try to sabotage or extort him or something. Or I could be misremembering.
I don't recall sending for anyone. What do you want? Can always make time when it comes to an old friend. So, what would be the reason? I may consider Ryujin an ally, but Dalton especially knows I don't give anything blindly. As long as it doesn't involve the Syndicate members themselves, I'll tell you what. I'll make sure the Syndicate lets you in hassle-free, provided something.
There you go.
One of the Syndicate leaders, Kumio, has a slate with some information on it that's better off. Agree to bring it to me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Deal. Legion's got themselves a real keeper. Check in with Ms. Moore and Frankie's. I'll send word along that you're to be expected, so she shouldn't give you any trouble. Fair warning. The Syndicate should let you search any common. But if Kumio catches you snooping around her own quarters for that slate, I'll just say, be prepared for some hostilities.
Okay. Benjamin Bayo has given me the green light. So, Zealot, what, let me try to think of how to word this here. How would you describe your general experience as a player taking on one of the endgame bosses? Like, did you find it enjoyable? Was it, like, more stressful or frustrating than fun? Did it feel like a real challenge? Like, in your own words, how was it?
it shouldn't be hard to remember. Third bolt is off limits. They catch you snooping around. It's open.
Well, there you go.
That's what I like to hear. For the record, I'm only granting you access because I have to. You'll find that young lady you're looking for holed up in a room almost straight ahead. Just remember to keep your eyes on the prize. The less you consider this an open house, the better.
Hold it right there. You aren't allowed on this floor. Better. Now read it. If I catch you trying anything again, I'll introduce your face to bullets.
The fact that dude could fucking see the invisible is a goddamn concern. Oh man, but trying anything is my specialty. Well, that didn't go as I had planned. We're gonna try one redo. This time I'm going to actually be smart and pop an essence first. Oh boy. There we go.
I figured our paths would cross sooner or later. Not that I thought I was safe, but I never expected anyone to just slip by all the syndicate here. I had a feeling you'd be the one to come after me. I know this doesn't look good, but I have no choice. Ularu said
There you go. Wait until you go and start getting to the point where you can farm the dungeon. So I don't know if you've noticed, but I had very, I guess I can use the phrase, intentionally made the fragments a non-scrounger based lootable from all of the endgame bosses. So they have a chance to roll from the pool. So if you get good enough and you're able to like sustain enough, you should be able to start farming like blueprints and fragments much easier. But yeah, that's pretty awesome that you're getting there.
To know exactly what I was being accused of leaking, but that tech is dangerous. An internal neuron can theoretically control other people. The evidence points to me it's because Ularu used it to set me up. What better way to frame someone than to take control of their mind and have them actually perform the actions? You want evidence? I've got it. Ularu has the skill to pull this off, but she's also been behind the desk for years now. I knew she'd miss something. This slate holds all the evidence against her. I just need you to deliver it to Dalton. It's the only way I can prove I'm innocent. Nix's contract limits his investigation to Ularu's computer and to network activity. I hacked into building security and was able to recover deleted records of her accessing the Project Dominion prototype. I guarantee a third-party company Dalton is using for his security directive data won't even notice it. I was hoping you would. I'm still going to lay low until I hear the coast is clear. As long as Ularu still thinks I'm on the run, she'll remain confident that her plan is working. And I know you don't hear it much around the office, but thanks.
Oh man. I'm just over here kind of also thinking, I can't wait for you to fight the other bosses. I'm actually looking forward to just hearing the shrieks all the way from where you are, basically. Because some of them are going to be pretty nasty. I'm going to be real honest with you. That said, they're still beatable. They're just going to be really hard. Yeah, honestly, it's not even worth trying to get the free fall legs, because sometimes they don't even spawn at all. You're just better off with making your own, which all they are just pre-named acrobats pieces. So if you want to get that effect, you just need to get acrobats, which, by the way, I did actually nerf acrobats, kinda. To get the full fall damage reduction, you need a full suit of armor that has it. Because I felt having it tied to only 2 pieces was so horribly overpowered. But I was thinking, if you're willing to invest in a full set of armor, so 5 pieces, then I would be okay with it. Because now each independent piece only gives 20%. So it's down from the 50%. So that's another thing you need to know. Holy shit, it's a Sprigleaf. Welcome in, homie. It's been a minute for, I think, both of us. How are you doing? It's great to see you, man. Transcended Meat Space. I just haven't felt like hooking up my webcam in a while. So for now, I'm just using the little animated PNG that my artist made for me. But, oh, dude. Sprig, I got the most amazing news to tell you, man. So I haven't had the chance to be able to, like, tell everybody this, but I'm making goddamn sure to tell everybody when I have the chance. So, you know how I do, like, a lot of modding and stuff for Bethesda games in general? Like, my big thing is Fallout 4. So, obviously, it shouldn't be much of a surprise that now I'm also modding Starfield. But that's not the cool news. I had applied for and was accepted in Bethesda's Verified Creators program. I'm fucking legit now, man. I'm like Cloud 9 still. It's like the most amazing thing to happen. Let's fucking go. Yes, spam all the emotes. But yeah, I'm still in such an amazing, I'm in a very massive, like, mental high over this. But yeah, I'm not allowed to discuss certain topics just because, like, I'm under NDA for a bunch of stuff now. All I can say is I have a project. I'm going to be super vague about this. I have a project lined up that's going to be like a collaboration. I can't say more. But that's like down the line, waiting for everybody else to be freed up from their own obligations, and then eventually you're going to see my name attached to something. Just for now, just great big mystery. But yeah, this is fucking awesome for me. And now, like, I've been working on Starfield stuff for, like, maybe the past month-ish or so now. And shit's just blowing up, and I'm absolutely loving it. And, like, the first 3 hours of tonight's stream, I was working on, like, actually doing some modding, and I'm just like, hey, let's just hang out and stream that. But, yeah. If you want to play the Raven chapter, you need to go and play my Fallout 4 mod, Delirium. I also added some new actual endgame content. Zealot here happens to be playing through it. And she's doing remarkably well. I might add, it's also incredibly goddamn difficult. But yeah, that's pretty much me. Like, I moved, like, maybe 3 months ago. I'm in a much better place. I was able to push Delirium to its 5.0 iteration. It's just absolutely transformative of what the base game experience is like now. It reminds you you're definitely in the fucking apocalypse, I'll tell you that. As Zealot had told me, hey Rav, fuck you and your rad storms. Yeah, dude, I made everything just absolutely vicious. But it's also fair because I gave a ton of solutions to those problems that I've created. Yes, 100% that. If you treat Delirium like it is essentially just permanent survival mode, even though it's not, but if you treat it like it is, and have that kind of patience for it, you will do amazingly well at it. It's not the kind of mod you want to play if you're in a rush to hurry up and hit a load screen. Because it does a wonderful job of correcting people's attitudes when they're like, I'm going to go fast. It's like, no, you are not. It's a real ball buster if you're in a hurry.
Was there something else? It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. So now I'm just kind of relaxing after doing my actual mod work for Starfield for tonight. I got to make a new weapon base. Got to create some new weapon customizations. And we're just smooth sailing, waiting to encounter the stuff organically. And seeing how much mischief I can get up to as basically a humanoid celestial. Because who doesn't like, you know, just cosmologically grand powers? Oh, so it sounds like Zealot figured out a nice way to corner a niche market. Good on you. And some people were like, I don't understand what that's for. Like, you upgrade the gear you need, sell the rest, and if you're careful, you're going to make a lot of money too. But yeah, with Starfield, I'm kind of going the opposite direction on the player economy. I felt that it was just almost offensive how much money you can make in like the first hour or two of gameplay. And it just boggles my mind. So naturally, I had kneecapped the player's selling power pretty hardcore. So like, everything was like, oh, you can go and sell these things for like 1/8 the total price on an item worth like 40,000 credits. That's a little bit much. It's like you sell one gun, you get like maybe 2,000-3,000 credits for it. Or I reduced it to 1/25th, and now you're getting like 100-200 credits a pop. It definitely slows down the amount of like power spike you can get financially. Yeah. It's been nice kind of getting all up into the guts of the game. Tell you what, though, you definitely feel like you've earned it. Meanwhile, I'm just like, you know, it's taken me basically 3 universes and like maybe 2 days of grinding, and I finally managed to break past like 200k just so I could afford the latest weapon that I personally made, which it's like a unique variant of this rifle. And it's so fucking good without being overpowered. Like, to buy it from the NPC that sells it, it's literally like 200k. I had to work my ass off to get it. Totally worth it.
Is there something I can help? Excuse me? Let me close this door before you say anything else.
Well, Zealot, you're up to 30k now? I know in the context of Delirium, that's like actually doing really good.
Shutting the door and engaging.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And just where is this absurd notion? Is this a game? Well, that would be great. Oh, please don't. Oh, sure. Sorry. You really think I'm starting to wonder what I've heard enough. Probably because you don't. It sounds like you're only here to waste my time. Now that sounds more fine. Since it's just you and me here, I'll come clean. I leaked Project Dominion to Infinity LTD, but I'm no more.
There you go.
You see, I'm not a mole. I'm an opportunist. And no one is more loyal to Ryujin than I am. Masako, on the other hand, is losing her touch. Ryujin needs strong leadership for what lies ahead. A CEO who can make the hard decisions. What do you think? If someone was a threat to your family, would you be satisfied waiting for them to strike? Of course not. You'd eliminate the threat before it had a chance to act. In some cases, before it even realized what it was capable of. It was never my intent to involve Imogene. But when you arrived with information on Project Dominion, I knew Infinity had screwed up. I had no choice but to act fast. Imogene is the only one that Dalton and the others would believe was capable of pulling this off. It had to be her. It's all part of my plan. But don't worry. Infinity Ltd will never be able to complete Vina's work. I'll make sure of that. Oh, I'm no traitor to religion. I'm the one that's going to keep this company on top for decades to come. So, now that you know, with your help, I can take down Masako. I'm disappointed in you. You want to bring the entire building? Best case, either that, or... You can't be serious.
I didn't forget to add, I haven't made that patch yet, Zealot.
What the hell have you done? Is Ularu all right?
It is on the list of things to do, though.
Are you out of your mind? Just so you know, I've already notified Dalton, and he's pissed. He wants to see you immediately. Right, because I should just stand by and do nothing when someone attacks a coworker. Go see Dalton. I have enough to deal with now.
They know how to make a client feel
Yeah, best part about this resolution is I even got the bitch to confess to being the traitor.
What the hell were you thinking? You have some serious explaining to do. Starting right now. Understood. Mole or not, this is quite the mess you've made. You're lucky Masako is in R&D, and Maeve has enough sense to keep this quiet. If Ularu was the mole, as you said, you should have brought the news to me first, and then we could have determined the right way to handle it. I also see that Imogene isn't with you. I hope you at least fared better where your actual assignment was concerned. is aware this situation won't be resolved unless counter-evidence emerges to clear it. Perhaps there's some hope for Imogene yet.
Now, I need to undertake the laborious task of analyzing this new evidence and writing up a report.
In the meantime, Masako has requested your presence in R&D. He wants you to meet her in Vina Carpen's office. Once I've examined this evidence, I may need your help moving forward.
And not a word about this to anyone. I'll present what I have to the board once I've completed a full report.
There. Now that Dalton has all of the info, he's not rip-roaring pissed at me. So that's a pretty good little conclusion there. What's the matter? You don't like the Radstorms and the Raiders trying to make you their frigid bitch?
You're here. It's time to put a plan in motion to take full control of this situation with Infinity Ltd. In due time, we don't know to what extent Infinity has taken the current neuroamp schematics, so our top priority is completing our own. Let me introduce you to Vina Carl, Head of Research and Development. She'll give you the initial... Once Vina can complete the internal neuroamp and shielding mod, we can't risk the assignment. Good. I'm glad you see this as an opportunity.
And I'm of a willing subject.
Are you sure it's because you haven't figured out how to open said icebox, Zealot?
I don't think in both designs was finding compatible materials to use for conductivity that the human body wouldn't reject. I finally created the perfect alloy. It requires a newly discovered refined element called rothicite.
Which is where I come in. We have a confidential contract with Consolidated Mining to gather, refine, and ship the rothicite straight to us. Their last shipment is late, and neither we nor Consolidated Mining have had any communication with the carrying station. Correct. The updates have been regular up until now. Last we heard, the shipment was ahead of schedule.
We need you to head out there, secure the shipment, and bring it back here so Vina can complete her prototype. And I want to know what happened. We need to take any safety measures to make sure this doesn't happen.
The mining station is CM Station RC1. It's on a moon called Karen 8.
Zealot, everybody knows that you're a fan of playing with your coxicle.
The research and control tower. This key card will let you enter the mine so you can access the tower.
Don't worry.
Also, there's that matter that Ree happens to be omniscient. She just kind of fucking knows everything. I wonder if this guy has anything cool yet. Okay, be right back. Bio break. I'm on like my third cup of coffee already, and be right back. There we go. My name is not James, you little troglodyte. You fucking better not.
This guy is fucking stupid!
Well, shit. Resubscribe now. It's all over. I mean, to be fair, it's like Rad Roach Rice-A-Roni. So I imagine it would be like a very meaty rice dish. Oh, this bitch. First off, who the fuck you calling a gulper? Second off, lady friend ain't here for us to find out if that's true or not. Third off, the fucking audacity. How fucking dare you? Fuck you. This motherfucker hitting me with flechettes. Is that motherfucker even here? He needs to come and hang out. Oh, that's a motherfucker that has exactly the kind of weapon I was looking for. So, suffice it to say, gang, the new micro laser is already spawned in. So that's a little terrifying. And it means I've got to stop dicking around. Starflyer it is. Zealot, everything about you is micro. Shut up. What the fuck even is that emote? I can't even read it. Or does that... Wait, is that Doom? And I've got to say, they've definitely expanded this particular quest to be a lot more interesting. Because I remember before it was like way fucking easier to do. And now there's like an actual dungeon and everything. I'm really digging it. Oh yes, I will take that med pack. Yeah, sorry there, kiddo. Only my staff can use that command. Also, Ree doesn't stream anymore. Man, I've got to say, all in all, that was a really dope fucking dungeon that I just ran through. 'Cause I'm so used to this being much quicker to run through. Holy shit, 5 hours in. Let's go. It looks like a mortified sea lion to me. Or seal, or whatever you want to fucking call it. It looks horribly disturbed. Okay, can I do any more of these? Sweet. Get wrecked, scrub. Get fucked.
Something to report? This area's off limits. Authorized. Yeah, I bet you do. I wish I hear you. Still willing to talk? This isn't Denver. Look, if you need help, talk to someone. Get out of here.
They're really gonna make me do it, huh?
Hey, who let you in here? In that case, you'll want to...
Excuse me, but this is a restricted area. You need to leave. Checking up on us? What do you want? course you do. Because daily reports simply aren't good enough. The third group, like the others, failed to take the internal neurons, who are all resulting in death, with the exception of one, currently comatose. Sean and I are hopeful we'll be able to revive the subject, but until we receive proof of human trial authorization, any fourth group will be refused. Well, it'll be the first from Infinity Defense. It's a relief to know they have at least one employee with some sense. Now, anything else I can help you with? Good. I specialize in neurosurgery, not chemistry. It's absurd you'd expect us to handle something like this in a medical lab. It's on the table. It's all yours. Anything else? Good.
Warning. You are now in range of enemy artillery.
Not sure if those maroon zealots live in space or got separate.
It sure did. Alright, now I remember why I came here. I have contraband that needs to be smuggled out and sold. Okay, let's see, that's a misc object. There we go. There we go. Unfortunately, that particular merchant happens to be the easiest to access when you have contraband. Although I will say I've discovered something interesting, Zealot. Unless I'm horribly remembering, you can also, if you manage to catch a like a random merchant ship out and about, like in the non-settled systems, you can actually sell your contraband to them in like the ship-to-ship trade when you hail them. I'm pretty sure I was able to sell like 2 or 3 pieces of contraband that I had in my inventory. It's pretty nice. Yeah, so if you didn't know, like that's another way to get rid of contraband. And no, that's not something that I decided to, like, patch in or something. You legit can trade with them contraband, if memory serves me right. I don't know how long that was a thing, but I was pleasantly surprised when I found that out, I think like last week. You have what installed on your ship? Oop, wrong button. I didn't mean to just pull my gun on this guy. Oh yeah. My ship is way past the allotted capacity at the moment to be able to do that. Oh shit, I just realized I sold a dagger that's made out of the same material that the delirium bobby pins are. I sold an osmium dagger. That motherfucker's heavy.
Cause any trouble and I'll drag you straight to lockdown.
Okay, where's the doctor place? There it is. Reliant Medical. Yeah, I've got the annoying, like, setting turned on to where, like, you literally can't completely cure yourself without, like, perks or a doctor. So I'm just, like, all kinds of fucked up. I mean, it's not really a consequence. It's just a troubleshooter's cutter. It doesn't even have an associated rarity on it.
Let's take a look. You've seen it before. Stay away from the roar before you get out.
Status, hydrated, fed, serpent's embrace. Okay, we're good. Oh yeah, I don't know if you're noticing a very important distinction in language on my screen. Thankfully, my little avatar isn't completely obstructing it. So the effect on Serpent's Embrace actually gives now a... it actually lists what it gives as a benefit. And I'll also give you a little bit of a hint. It's a lot more potent than it was in vanilla. So in vanilla, whenever you activated Serpent's Embrace, you would get like plus 50 HP and plus 50 O2 meter. I changed it so it's plus 15%. So it's always going to scale based off of everything else. So it's actually pretty fucking strong when it activates. The penalty is like double that though. It kind of sucks when you're not doing the things you need to. But I did make up for it by doubling how long Serpent's Embrace will stick to you. So instead of 4 hours, it's 8. It's, yeah. Well, thank you. Ree had actually made it for me. I wanted like a chibi version, sorta, kinda, of my actual like avatar. So it's like a super simplified, like almost chibi version of that. Because the other one, realistically, to like get it to be like a little more simplified than it is, would be like actually really hard. I love the shaping and also my desire to have like the wispy, almost troll hair going on. Okay. So I'm gonna go and like take like a 5, maybe 10-minute break, stretch my legs and all of that. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not done streaming. I just gotta like take an actual break. I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours now. So yeah, guys, hang out if you want. Go stretch yourselves out, or be like Zealot and stretch yourself out. It's entirely up to you what you guys want to do. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. I'm going to put us on the BRB screen. There we go. I am finally back. Sorry about that. I also had more tacos. Okay, let's see. What was I doing before? Right. I was getting ready to be experimented on.
Is that my beautiful shipment? You were right about this one, Masako. Looks like it. This should be more than enough. Now, I should excuse myself and get to work on finalizing this prototype.
So, what did you learn about CM Station R-Suite 9?
Okay, what did we learn? Infinity hired Ecliptic mercenaries to obtain the shipment.
Lucas must be desperate if he hired them to collect her off the site. Were there any survivors?
Yeah, no, sorry. There was nobody left. Just Ecliptic. I did kill them all, though. They are dead.
Good. I may not condone murder, but I refuse to have sympathy for indiscriminate killers like Ecliptic, especially after massacring innocents working for us. Now, I also had a report that you were spotted at the tunnel. I take it you traced the shipment there?
Yeah. Found it there. I even found the doctor.
Dr. Lane. I believe Vina is familiar with his work, specializing in neurosurgery. Were you able to determine what he was doing at the clinic?
Human trials. Very, very illegal human trials. People died.
Human trials? Without even completing his product? Lucas must be insane. I'll make sure Yuko's team extracts every bit of information they can from between hiring Ecliptic and
Alright, let's get started.
head up to the executive floor and speak to Dr. I've called a meeting and I expect you to attend.
Terrific. Okay, let's also adjust the volume for in-game. There we go.
Watch your fingers. Lots of dangerous machines around.
Okay. So we got to go and meet Dalton. See you.
Good. You're right on time. Thanks to your lack of self-control, I've had quite the mess on my hands. But, as much as I hate to say it, it did allow us to thoroughly scrub Ularu's computer and find the evidence that justified your actions. I've briefed Masako and discussed her plans on delivering the news to the board. We've decided to run with the truth. Ularu was the mole, she framed Imogene, and the situation was taken care of. Of course, the public, along with the rest of the corporation, will receive a much different version. In that, we are agreed. Now that you've been briefed, let's attend a meeting.
Where are you going there, Dalton?
We called you all together to discuss a recent security breach. We discovered a mole within the company who leaked vital information about Project Dominion to Infinity Ltd.
You've got to be kidding me. Well, judging on the fact that neither Ularu nor Vina are here, I I assume it's one of them.
Ularu being the more likely candidate.
Before you speculate any further, Lyndon is correct. Ularu was discovered to be a mole for Infinity Ltd. Our operative here confirmed it, and the situation was dealt with.
Ularu simply confessed to something this big?
Ularu would only confess if she thought she could turn the situation in her favor.
Enough! We can discuss the handling later. The pressing situation remains. Lucas Drexler was given vital information on Project Dominion, and we can't allow him to use it. Vina is completing the internal neuroamp prototype as we speak. Our operative will receive the implant, infiltrate Infinity Ltd., and obtain any and all research. I have it on good authority, the experimentations they've done to replicate the missing pieces of our work have resulted
What's the matter there, Zealot?
Botched human trials and murder for hire? You don't bounce back from that. At least not with Infinity's legal team.
If I may make a suggestion, we should give this evidence to David at SSNN. It's the best neutral method of releasing this information to the general public.
That'd make my job easier.
David it is, then.
Echo, the internal neuroamp is ready if you want to send out a candidate.
I hope you're ready for this. Good. I can tell Vina is going to enjoy working with you. Vina will be waiting for you in the neuroamp division in R&D. Once you're done, meet me in my office. Be ready to discuss the details of your next assignment.
Yes, let's give the Boogeyman the most dangerous piece of tech in the galaxy.
Are you sure you're okay?
Double check those measurements are right. Anesthesia always makes me nervous.
You are currently I've already checked them 4 times.
Ah, here's my lucky candidate. I hope you're ready to embark on one amazing journey. The internal neuroamp is basically the next leap in our line of influential amplifiers. It gives the user dominion over a less dominant target, meaning you can heavily influence another person's thoughts and actions. The risk mitigation alone will be completely worth it. So, are you ready to get started? Yes, I always love a willing subject. Now, just a few details before we begin. Obviously, we'll be putting you under. I'll be making a small incision in the back of your skull where the internal neuroamp will be fitted. The whole procedure should only take 3 to 4 hours with little to no downtime afterwards, provided DeMarcus got everything entered correctly.
Did I not just say I quadruple checked the numbers?
No, I'm just giving you a hard time. Besides, I've got to make sure my patient is reassured. There's little to no risk, assuming your brain is typical and you don't have any adverse reaction to the anesthesia. First sign of trouble, we back out and start evaluating other candidates. Of course, we've got, what, 5 PhDs between the two of us?
6, but who's counting?
All I'm saying is that you're in good hands. Now, just lie down on the table once you're ready, and we should be good to go.
Warning. This unit is not suited for addressing mental health concerns.
All right, let's get this party started.
Huzzah! We are now out cold. I see my bare feet. I'm naked on this table.
Look who's finally up. The operation was a success, obviously. Once you're able to refocus, let me know how you're doing.
Well, now that my bits and bobs are out on display, it's a little cold in here. Let's, put my spacesuit back on. I don't like being naked.
So, how are you feeling? You look good? Yep, that's me every morning. But the whole point of this is no visual indication and no adverse side effects. So, sounds like we're on track. Just a couple quick notes before using the internal neuroamp. First, you can only influence one person at a time. And second, the effect is temporary, so be prepared if you use it in a combat situation. Great. Now let's test this sucker out. DeMarcus has graciously volunteered for science, he says. He knows what the external ones are like, but he hasn't had the chance to play guinea pig with this one yet. He's ready and waiting in the test chamber for whenever you're ready to give that neuroamp a whirl. Just head up the stairs nearby to the observation deck.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, she's basically in her underwear under her spacesuit. That's about it.
What was it like?
Wow. How to describe it? 1 minute I was excited about seeing how the experiment would go. The next, I had a brief moment of disorientation and figured I must have lost my train of thought. It felt really natural. And yes, I admit it, just as you predicted.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I can hardly wait to finish writing up my latest dissertation. And you owe me 100 creds.
I'll be keeping myself under constant surveillance now. I'm curious if any other side effects may manifest.
So, tell me all about it. How did it feel? Any side effects? I'll take that as a no on the side effects. And that toy you love so much is very powerful. So use it wisely.
Yeah, toy is hardly the word I'd use to describe it. It really was fascinating how all I experienced was a moment of disorientation. It's truly remarkable tech. When it comes to your job, you bet it does. Besides, the neuroamp isn't total control. If a subject's morals or beliefs in something are strong enough, we still see points of failure. That being said, it's been interesting to discover the actions our subjects sanction in their own minds.
Okay. As much as I'd love to go over the details and potential of this amazing piece of technology I created, Masako wants to see you. It sounds like you have an assignment to complete, and DeMarcus and I have a lot of notes to record.
You know, what I like most about the Neuro Amp is the fact that the internal one you keep with you even after you go through the Unity. It's kind of freaky. So we are now the Eternal Boogeyman.
Now that you've been outfitted with the internal neuroamp, it's time to put that tech to work. We're sending you into Infinity Ltd. Lucas Drexler is about to learn exactly why you don't steal from Ryujin Industries. And wish he shall, every day, while he rots away in prison. Alright, Yuko has provided a layout of Infinity Ltd. You have two options for this assignment. We'll be providing you with the means for both. Option A, you gain entry through their maintenance access on the roof. Option B, we give you an assigned identity and arrange a meeting for you. Yes, the less people you need to interact with, the better. Ideally, none at all. Now, depending on your preference, you'll either find yourself in the maintenance hallway or the marketing department. From there, you have three targets. First, you have Lucas Drexler's computer, located in his office on the executive floor. Second is Faye Sengsavan's computer, in research and development. And third, you need to obtain the prototype they are working on, also in R&D. That's what we're counting on. Now, I had Yuko work with Dalton to create a program that you need to run on both Lucas and Faye's computers. I'll let him explain the details.
As soon as SSNN exposes Infinity Ltd, all of their data is going to come under intense scrutiny. We only want the public to know about their mercenary hires and unauthorized human trials. Project Dominion itself must remain confidential. This slate holds an overseer program that will gather the evidence we need and purge anything related to Ryujin and the internal neuroamp. As far as the public will know, Ryujin Industries was never involved.
We also want to avoid a body count on this assignment. A murder report will only distract from what we're trying to accomplish here.
Yes, and lucky for us, Imogene was able to provide some information that may help you while inside. She's agreed to meet you in New Atlantis, where she can give you the locker key card of a disgruntled R&D employee. It should make your traversal through that department much easier. Yes. Having her back in the office will help restore some normalcy around here.
We're also issuing you an operative suit. Perhaps it's a matter we can discuss when you return, assuming the results are in our favor. Just focus on the task at hand. Well, the person you could take that up with is no longer with us now, is she? So, good luck, and be sure to report directly back to me when you return.
Here's your operative suit, the Overseer program, and your cover identity. Yuko's team has encoded your cover ID card with roof entry and elevator access, so that's your ticket in either way. Your name is Skylar Lumin, head of a small startup company called Lumin Interactive. We trust you can fill in the rest, should more information be needed.
Excellent. was that? Oh, Tactician's Orion.
This could be
Holy shit. I've been live for like 6 hours. Oh, man. It's been a long time since I've streamed this long.
Weapons on sale today. Sure.
But I'm having a good time, to be honest. It's got a nozzle on it. Yeah, that's expensive, but I'll take it.
Bye now.
Okay, now before I get too comfortable, I've got to make sure that I go and convert this. I need the burst fire. Yeah, you all kinds of tired now? What am I missing? Ugh. I forgot that's an expensive mod. To be fair, this gun becomes incredibly fucking overpowered. Okay, so I need... let's see, Terbarium and Europium. Can I remember this? Need some Tiberium and Europium. I don't even need a lot. So now I've got to go back down to Neon. Probably run into... I'll check the general goods store first. If they... Actually, no, I'm almost positive I'll have, like, almost guaranteed luck going into the mining depot. Because they have, like, all kinds of exotic metals and shit.
Keep moving, the scanners won't hurt you.
Yeah, being able to just, like, triple tap everybody and drop their asses without killing them should do pretty good for me with getting that job done relatively cleanly. So that's what we're going to be going for.
See? I told you. Look at this place. It's ridiculous, right?
I'm afraid it is. You see, yet here I am. That would be a blessing. Certainly, my friend.
I mean, yes, but no. You can get them from the caves that you get the artifacts from pretty easy. I will say this, it gets a lot easier to collect them, like, after you hit New Game Plus when you have the elemental pull power. Because you just stand next to the artifact, pull the elements, and you fill your inventory up with the Calamite. But in, like, your first run, yeah, it's a little annoying. About as annoying as the fact this guy does not actually have Europium.
Farewell, my friend. And tell everyone we have plenty of mining
Look around and see if there's something we can buy.
Okay, let's check Sighart's. I know he usually has some really weird materials. I might get lucky, I don't know.
All the time in the world
Ooh, I should check Trade Authority. They sometimes have weird shit too.
Need something? Then here I thought you were just wasting.
Okay, he does not.
If you find anything else.
Okay, Newell's not likely, but he might.
Of course.
Resources, do you have? You do not.
Tell everyone you know about our store.
Over here. There's something.
Welcome, off-worlder, to the Hotel
Okay, nope. Going the wrong way officially. Cigarettes Outfitters. Let's check here.
If you don't see what... Absolutely!
Come on, man. I just need a little Europium. What a homie. That's why I keep coming back. Sighart's actually has the stuff I need, even if it's not in large quantity. Zealot, have you messed around any with the Angels of War mod, or even Event Horizon? Okay, what are we gonna name you? There we go. We have named it Go the Fuck to Sleep, because that's what it's gonna make everybody do. I don't need to kill anybody when I'm on this mission. I just gotta make them all go the fuck to sleep. Ooh, that's yucky. Is it one of the relationship ones? Like his personal story quest? Gotcha. Trying to remember off the top of my head, the only ones I've personally completed was Andreja, Barrett. I don't even think I completed Sarah's. Yeah, so just Barrett and Andreja's. Looking for the Dumas. where did it say I could bump into our dear friend? At Terrabrew. Hit the G key. Local Terrabrew. Sounds real chunk. Terrabrew.
Now, this meeting is more like it. I admit, I had my doubts that Dalton would believe the evidence, but I'm glad he pulled through. Oh, yes, I'm sure you missed your old boss. I reached out to a disgruntled colleague of mine, since, as far as Infinity Ltd is concerned, I technically still work there. He's willing to help see Infinity pay for what they're doing, so he's given me the key card to his locker. In it, he's left his R&D uniform, along with his ID card, so you can get inside the department floor. With that uniform, the guards will hardly look twice. Once you're done with Infinity, I'm supposed to remind you to make sure you drop off that slate to David Barron at SSNN.
Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty fucking annoying.
Don't worry, it's just the paranoia around the high-stakes assignment. Here's the locker keycard. It's on the first general office floor. I admit I'm a little jealous, but we got the right person running this assignment.
The only thing I can think of to help with that, which I don't know if you actually like manage your save files or not,
The world's been having brownouts all the time.
you could load an older save to before you got that mission. That usually could end up helping.
Welcome to Infinity Ltd's corporate head. Hello.
I've actually had to do that, I think, once or twice with a few different things.
Ah, yes. From Lou. Once you arrive, you'll...
And again, it generally tends to help with Bethesda games in general. Like, if something weird bugs out, just load an earlier save, and that tends to help with it. Usually. There are some things that doesn't help with, like, if it's a weird bug from, like, the start of the game. Ugh. Oh, that's trippy. Yeah, when, like, that starts happening, probably worth taking a break. I mean, that's also fair. Meanwhile, I'm just over here kind of slinking through the building like a wraith. I mean, you're not wrong. This is basically the epic tale through like visual representation on how I got into the walls of Chaos's home to begin with. You know, what he doesn't really account for is my freaky powers.
Welcome to Infinity LTD's marketing department. Destiny, if you just have a minute,
yourself comfortable.
Yeah, chances are you'd like rob everybody for their peanut butter, weed, and like $5 bills. Nobody would be safe from you, Zealot.
I'll go notify Miss Hart that you're here. Feel free to use any of the facilities on the floor while you wait. The break room and bathrooms are just around the corner.
Yeah, you would be the sort of person that would go and apply extra poison damage. Man, not a single shot fired. On my part, at least. Oh, the clean fucking getaway. Let's fucking go.
You can't go in. Just
It's important that the people of the United Colonies can trust their primary news source. Can I help you?
Yes, Baron, I have a story for you.
All right. You've got my attention. What's this so-called story about? All right. I'll take a look. I don't suppose you want to tell me how you got this evidence.
I figured as much. Is there at least a name I can cite as my source? Why am I not surprised? As long as the evidence is adequate and verifiable, I expect it'll be aired within the hour, if not sooner. Now, if you'll excuse me, I obviously have some work to do.
Now, much to my own credit, guns blazing is how I usually do that mission anyways, but I wanted to try something different. I will definitely say it's not as satisfying as going in guns blazing, but it was cool to still try something different.
Been looking for you.
I was also slightly disappointed I didn't have a justified excuse to go and, introduce everybody there to go the fuck to sleep. Oh man, missed opportunity. I could totally also call it something like NyQuil or Tylenol PM. Although I don't want to give people the impression that I'm, like, trying to be free advertisement for these things. So I'm not gonna name it that.
I've yet to hear anything of note on SSNN. Let's hear your report. Good. David won't be able to resist a story like this. He'll do some preliminary confirmations, which will be enough to get the broadcast out to the public. And how did the Neuro app perform? I thought it would be. So now it's just a waiting game for SSNN to break the news. Once the story airs, we have another board meeting scheduled to decide how to handle Infinity. Go ahead, May.
The SSNN broadcast has started. Shall I patch it through?
Yes, thank you.
Infinity Ltd and Lucas Drexler are currently under investigation for a number of violations, including murder for hire, unauthorized human trials, and corporate theft. Authorities representing the UC and the Freestar Collective have been dispatched to a consolidated mining station and the clinic. Both locations are believed to hold numerous victims. Drexler's motivation appears to be an attempt to launch a new product based off stolen information from a competitor. The details on the project itself and the competitor have yet to be confirmed. This has been David Barrett for SSNN.
Perfect. This exposure puts Infinity right where we want them. The meeting will begin momentarily, but I want you to discuss the options we have with the other members. Infinity's net worth is about to hit rock bottom, so this gives us the opportunity to win a little more public faith. Quite right. The truth is, we'll be making evaluations. We'll shed any employees who don't make the cut, slowly but surely. By incorporating Infinity, we eliminate a competitor, get their best employees and contracts, and all while boosting our public perception.
Looks like it worked that time, Zealot. Now we gotta see if you catch it.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Which is why I'd like you to talk to the board to convince them this is the right move. There are several who might disagree, and you have the perfect tool to help sway them. Good. You'll find most of the board members in their offices preparing. Vina is also here, waiting for the meeting to start. We'll need at least 50% of the vote to go our way. In the event of a tie, I will make the final decision. I trust you'll get it done.
Don't cause any trouble.
Yeah, that kind of happens. Check a thing real quick. see. Meow. Don't mind me, I was just kind of taking a looky-loo. I think I'm going to get ready to call this here, but I'm going to raid out to somebody who's pretty freaking cool in my honest opinion. She's a Canadian streamer, and right now she's playing some Red Dead Redemption 2. And it looks like she's even dressed up in cosplay for it. So anyways, thanks for hanging out. I absolutely appreciate you guys. We're going to raid out to Wee Wee Weenus. Hope to see you guys over there. Bye.